Fate, Souls and Singularities by Mundatorem Chapter 231-235. Author of Our Own Woes. This summoning was already off to a rather bewildering start. Namely the fact he had just passed a god wandering the halls, not even a demigod or one with ancestry to them. A full-blown divine spirit just walked past him and then wished them all a good morning before going back on their way as though nothing was out of the ordinary about it. More to the point, his master hadn't even so much as blinked. Merely nodded back to them and returned the greeting like they were good friends. It was fascinating to watch, almost as much as it was rather jarring. Really, he had only agreed to a tour because it was better to get it all out of the way now in the unlikely event that he would ever truly need these locations. Not that he probably would, he wasn't going to be heading near the combat simulator anytime soon. Not after poking his head through there and watching the standard sort of violent brutality play out between the two knights. Sir Gareth of the Round Table, his master had called them, which was something of a slight shock. For one thing, he never would have expected them to be as short as they were, but then again, they had been young during the time of their death. He would have also mentioned they were a woman and, traditionally, they weren't as tall as men were during the same period. Were it not for Sir Verndari sparring with them, who was most definitely a woman pretending to be a man, and succeeding by the looks of things, given that his master was thoroughly convinced that they were a man in the first place. He could already guess what the motivation behind it all was, likely the same tired cliché trope that a girl could not serve so she disguised herself as a man and rose through the ranks to become an anointed knight, smashing the glass ceiling of gender norms and all of that. Was it inspiring? Maybe. But really, he was slightly more curious why anyone would be charging headlong into a lifestyle where you would probably die horribly in some muddy field in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by total strangers and with a sword through your gut. Truly, people were idiots at times. But, well, he could at least be certain of the character of the servant. Sir Verndari, a liar through and through, but they strove to be something between all of that. They qualified as a servant most assuredly, rather they swung their sword as though it was an extension of their own being. Or rather, there was a desperate strive to win in their blade, not for the sake of their master, but the sake of their own consciousness. What manner of sin had they committed in life that brought about such feelings? Did it relate to their gender? Unlikely, their service as a knight should have quashed all those sinful thoughts. Unless they were truly the idiotic sort who cared about that sort of thing. At the end of the day, it mattered less who was swinging a sword and rather, what they were swinging it for. HMPH. Idiots, that was truly what he had to say. Loud idiots as well. He could tell right off the bat that this place was never going to provide anything close to a suitable working environment. Was he going to have a shortage of content to draw from? Hardly. This place was akin to a goldmine for authors, regardless of the genre they focused upon. But it already struck him as being chaotic. Then again, perhaps that might prove to be just as great a boon. Too relaxed an environment and he knew for a fact he would never get any work done within it. Something his master said abruptly pricked his ears. A library, you say? The teenager nodded their head, glancing towards him with a smile. Yeah. I haven't actually had a full look at all the books they have in there, but I think it might be a mixture of, well, published papers from the Mages Association. Yay, how boring. And some history books as well. Hardly a surprise, any place that allowed for the summoning of servants should have included history books as compulsory reading. It would be utterly foolish to not know everything there was to know about the servant you were either planning on summoning or had already summoned. I think we have a collection of Sherlock Holmes books as well. The boy continued onwards, glancing in the direction of the young girl in glasses. Naturally his intuition proved correct right from the very beginning, the girl all but screamed an enjoyment of the mystery genre. And the way she had been sneaking glances at him the moment his true name was revealed wasn't all that lost on him either. Clearly she was something of a fan of his work, which was. He appreciated it, he supposed. Though hopefully she wasn't a fan of his work through those movies. He had been cursed with the knowledge of their existence the moment he was summoned and he almost threw up. Whether it would have been a metaphorical vomit of curse words or actual vomit didn't matter. He was beyond horrified to learn of what they had done to all of his books and had turned them into common slop for the public. We have a complete collection of the novels by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, Senpai. The girl all but jumped at the chance. The eagerness in her voice reminded him more of a small puppy getting the chance to bark for the first time. She followed the boy around as such as well. He'd call them an adoptive father if it weren't for the fact they were close to the same age. Or perhaps there was some truth to that as well. Though I'm not sure how interested Mr. Anderson would be in those. Fast as light, the confidence in her words faded and was replaced with unease. Yes, much like a kicked puppy now. Frightening. So long as you are not burning books, their content means little to me, he declared, holding back a scoff and shaking his head from side to side. That being said, I could think of much worse literature to stack your shelves with than detective stories, though browsing only through the Sherlock Holmes novels. I hope you have not limited yourself to such a simple taste. Akin to dipping your toes in a lake. An interesting reaction. The boy looked rather taken aback by his comment. A touch of indignation flashed through their eyes at his words, but if they had intended to make a comment, they were cut short by the rapid shake of the head from their attendant. He would hesitate to call that friendship. But he didn't care for friends, so what did he know about friendship in the first place? I've read all of the Agatha Christie Poirot books as well, Mr. Anderson. As well as the Father Brown books by Gilbert Keith Chesterton. That was much better. Rolling his lips inwards, he nodded his head up and down. I see, so long as you are not calling yourself a fan of the genre after only consuming a single series of books by one author. That was all he could say. The girl appeared to seriously consider herself a fan of the genre, and he suspected that there were more books she had read, which meant that he could assume that there were more detective books in the library. Though there was one thing that he would still need to ask. Master, do you have any of my own books? It wasn't as though he was prideful or anything of the sort, he was just curious about it. Naturally, the expected result happened. The girl was rapidly nodding her head up and down with her expression brightening even further. The boy wasn't even allowed a single word to escape his lips before the girl steamrolled through the conversation. No, perhaps that wasn't the right way of phrasing it. Flood of enthusiasm was a better term. Oh, yes, Mr. Anderson. The girl all but blurted out. Chaldea has a collection of all of your stories and I have read all of them. More than once actually. So it's actually a big honor to meet you as well. The girl looked abashed for a moment. He knew what she meant to say that. You did not think that someone like me would actually become a servant in the first place. He raised a brow. The girl flinched a little. Clearly having the nail hit on the head gave her the false impression that she might have somehow insulted him. She couldn't be further from the truth. A faint smile, self-deprecating, spread across his face. No, you need not look so ashamed of thinking such a thing. Indeed, I am an utterly worthless servant. Completely third-rate, and all I might prove useful for is writing books. Much as I would argue the value of stories, I suspect that you would find yourself greater value in another knight or ancient hero of legend. Oh. He stopped walking, the smile dimmed from his face instantly at the rich voice filling the halls. They emerged in a shower of gold light, crimson-red eyes locked onto his own, a smirk on the verge of a mocking sneer painted upon their divine looks. He meant that in the most literal term possible. It is not so often that a mongrel understands their own value. The servant tilted his head, raising a brow. Yet you answer a summon anyway, while so utterly convinced of your own faults. Do you perhaps use these summonings as a method of suicide, wordsmith? He resisted the urge to laugh. For all of 2 seconds. As though that would change much in your eyes. He glanced to his master, raising a brow at them. I take back what I said. Perhaps I am not the most useless servant here, master. Dead silence. The blood fled from the face of the young man instantly. The girl looked no better. As for the obviously kingly servant, they just gazed at him with that same carefree smile on their face, acting as though nothing he said held any weight to them. Indeed, he would be a fool to expect otherwise. The words of a mere author would mean nothing to a ruler with any passing amount of self-respect. Mr. Anderson, the girl whispered to him rather hastily, a look of panic on her face as she rapidly turned her head to the blond man. King Gilgamesh, this is. Silence, girl. Gilgamesh commanded without even sparing them a glance, his eyes never once breaking from Anderson's face. The wordsmith has put his life on the line with his remarks. We shall see what else he has to say with such things. No, I am more amused to see what else they might offer up after such blatant disrespect. Naturally, if they do not atone, I shall take their head as suitable compensation. King Gilgamesh, as he suspected. HMPH. I see no reason to change my words, he stated, folding his arms and meeting the gaze of the man without even blinking. A heroic spirit. Indeed, that should go without saying that King Gilgamesh is indeed the greatest among them, at least in terms of fame. Though a status as a servant. You must be joking. One who views all the world as their garden. A shake of the head. No matter how you describe it, King Gilgamesh was never anything more than a ruffian who lived how he pleased in his own country, caring nothing for the whims of the people beneath him. Rather, he lived how he believed a king should live and would never change that. He spared a glance to his master. Don't be so fooled by their status, master. The king of heroes is merely that. Reigning without governance, and beyond that, he is a storm with a will and nothing more. Can his power be denied? Hardly, but the storm strikes and destroys where it will, leaving and caring nothing for the complaints of others. His eyes returned back to the Golden King. What stands before me is no king of men. Rather, the epitome of greed, cruelty and conceit. I have little doubt they answered this summoning to just laugh at your efforts without lifting a single finger for the people they are supposed to reign over. His words done, he adjusted his posture and raised a brow. I have made my words clear on the matter. If you are to kill me, then get it over with quickly. Gilgamesh's gaze remained on him. Then his lip twitched upwards, shoulders trembled as the emergings of a small chuckle began from the servant. Lasting for only a few moments before it faded away, raising his head up, Gilgamesh looked down at him for a moment before speaking. An amusing mongrel you have contracted, indeed, yes, a mere wordsmith, but one who would house the spirit of an adventurer who challenges despair. Your bravery is to be complimented, even if it is only matched by your insolence in making such comments. Red eyes closed, then he turned away. But I am amused. Be grateful, you have avoided death this day, but do not make a habit of such a thing, mongrel. Only in regards to that first-rate eye of yours am I sparing your life. Without another word, they moved off, their bodies showered with light as they faded away. He pulled his lips down into a small frown. Good grief, flagged for death and just as quickly spared. What a troublesome fellow. You should watch yourself around that one, master. I doubt that he is often in such a mood as to spare those who tickle his nerves. Indeed, he could not think of a worse servant for someone to contract than one who did not even regard the roles with an ounce of sincerity. You're not going to try and do that with everyone you meet, are you? He suppressed a chuckle at the voice of his master, a mixture of disbelief and shock. Indeed, he was rather surprised he was still alive himself. At the very least he would have expected them to slice his tongue out for his words, but it was a warning he needed to get across regardless, just so they understood what they were dealing with. Do my words offend you, master? They are my honest thoughts. The boy offered a slow nod of the head. Yeah, I can see that, but, seriously. It just seemed way too risky. HMPH. Sometimes the truth comes with risk, that is all that. He paused, then frowned and cut himself short as he turned his head towards the person walking through the halls towards them. He raised a brow but said nothing at first, however it was hardly long before his master noticed his sudden stare and turned around. The boy froze for a half-second. The figure at the end of the hall similarly stopped moving in the instant he rounded the corner. Clad in dull white robes and with skin of old oak, Anderson recognized this individual from some vague recollection in the back of his mind. Something relating to Rome or some other such nonsense that he had been doubtless dragged into. The two parties stared at one another in complete silence. Then a second figure walked around from directly behind the wooden servant, this one in dull iron-looking armor carved into the shape of a lion, a spear held in their hands. The knight stopped the moment they understood what was happening. The helmet turned sharply to gaze into the back of the taller servant, then turned to face them. Master. With a practiced bow, the lion knightess spoke. I was escorting Caster Sullivan to his next destination. Unless there is something that you have need of him for. Anderson shot a look towards his master and waited. No, I can't think of anything at the moment. The boy replied slowly. Unless Sullivan has any pressing concerns. Utter silence from the one known as Sullivan. Not even so much as a creak of bark. He just stood there and stared without moving so much as a single muscle. Anderson could tell there was tension between the two of them, likely over something that had happened before he was summoned. Though he was rather intrigued by this development, whatever the cause of disquiet between the servant and his master, Anderson could tell that the offer from the boy had been genuine, if a little hesitant. Still, this was prime writing material. Conflict in such a tense situation between a master and a servant. If he was another author, he would have jumped at the chance to study every single inch of what was happening and chase down all the witnesses to get all the leads. Anderson, however, was not like other authors. He was content with watching this play out, rather curious as to how the master would handle it. The boy's features shifted and turned colder. All right then, if there is nothing, then I won't keep you. You can go about your day as you were then. The knightess responded first. In that case, we shall depart first. The punctuation in the word left little to the imagination that it was an order, one that the caster very clearly did not take kindly to if the growl he let out was any indication, aiming a sharp look over his shoulder before he marched forwards, moving past their group without so much as turning his head to look at them. His master did much the same, letting them pass him by without shifting his focus from straight ahead. But the reaction of the girl. Now that was rather different. Namely that she was sending a concerned look towards the boy, a sense that she wanted to say something but was holding herself back. Instead she just stepped a little closer towards the boy but otherwise remained silent, keeping him company with her physical presence. Sometimes words weren't needed. Now this was the sort of writing material he would be willing to document. Troubles, master. The pair jolted and turned down to look at him, almost as though they had forgotten he was even there in the first place. He was neither surprised nor insulted. After that little performance, he would have been rather impressed if his master hadn't actually forgotten that he was there. With a tight expression, the boy grimaced for a moment and then closed his eyes. A difference of opinion to what is necessary or not. It's nothing that is worth worrying about at the moment though, but I'm sorry that you had to see that. I'm not. Anderson remarked, cutting the boy short. Rather, I'm pleased that I was able to see something like that. You are. Naturally, for what reason do you assume I would avert my eyes? A raised eyebrow and a shake of the head. Not at all. If I were to work here, I would see everything. All that there is to see, both good and bad. After all, in a gathering of as many heroic spirits as this, would it not be expected to have some who lack the same sensibilities as you? Rather, I would have accused you of being a liar if you were without problems. The boy looked troubled for a moment or two, his brows pinched and his head turned away for a few moments. That seems a little cynical. Cynical. Perhaps. He would admit that without a trace of shame to it. I did come here and expect there would be conflict. Rather, from the moment I realized there was more than one servant, I was expecting conflict. Despite that, you are determined to have them all under one roof and fighting for the same cause. He snapped his fingers, then pointed to the boy. That tells me much about you, master. Like, that you are an utterly reckless fool for one thing. Anderson gave a flat retort, earning a gasp from the girl and a blink from the boy. But it tells me you are determined as well. After whatever his issue with you was, it was clear the caster cares for the cause as well. I could tell within a glance, but whatever the case, let us be on our way. Snapping his fingers, he pointed forwards. He wished to get on with the tour before he retired to wherever he would be staying. He was curious as to how many conflicts might be in Chaldea. Anderson felt his brows pinch together as he stared at the person who could only be described as utterly insane. Everything in his body was telling him that walking near that god, was the equivalent of strolling past a lion while wearing a suit made of pork loins. It was utterly foolish and would very easily end up with someone getting hurt. Yet, it was rather obvious. There was nothing subtle about the way the red and gold eyes sized everyone up as they walked past, the smile that was far too wide to be welcoming and all else. Nor was there any hiding the fact that the dark-haired woman in the deep purple outfit was watching the god from a short distance away, her body coiled like that of a snake and prepared to spring forwards at even the slightest instance of something happening. Apparently there was reason enough for Chaldea to have more than one servant around who was trouble for them. How curious, but at the same time, he felt a little let down. These were servants, heroic spirits, from an entirely different world. They might as well have been aliens for all their two histories had in common. Yet the people he was running into were more or less the exact same as he would have seen. Perhaps it truly was a case of that old saying being accurate. The more things change, the more they stay the same. Silently, he moved on from his observation and continued his sweeping gaze around the room. Some pairings were more than a little interesting, to say the least. His observational skills were telling him everything he needed to know about them from a mere glance. Some of the dynamics were similarly expected. Yet that was nothing to say clichés were bad. They existed for a reason, after all. Such as the girl with the wide-brimmed hat and dark dress sitting before the tanned girl with white hair and a matching veil. The latter was about as emotional as a plank of wood while the former was more like a nervous ball of anxiety. Comfort was something that came to the girl slowly and she was clearly powerless before the wrecking ball that was whomever her companion was. Yet, despite the unease, he could tell she was not wholly uncomfortable. The smile on the face of the girl, what little of it that could be seen, spoke volumes of her enjoyment of the situation. Anderson folded his arms, drumming his fingers along his bicep. He twitched when he sensed someone looking at him, then turned his head. His eyes climbed higher and higher until they reached the summit of the person who had approached, now looming over him as if they were some sort of tree. Their shadow blot out the light. Another who wore their emotions on their sleeves. Blonde hair with streaks of black painted through it, mismatched eyes and bronze armor. But that was unimportant. The taller servant stared at him in silence for a few moments, then eventually spoke. You seem young. Do I indeed? Is it because I am small? The blonde jolted back and raised his brows, clearly caught off guard by his voice, then he nodded his head slowly, brows falling back down before a troubled frown replaced the formerly curious expression. Oh, so you are not young then. I see, just small. My bad for assuming otherwise. No, this body is young. A sigh, he shook his head from side to side and waved a hand, already feeling the irritable frown build up on his face. For whatever reason, this is apparently deemed to be my most prime appearance. Walking about looking like a child, how charming, probably on account of my books, but whatever. It doesn't truly affect anything I can do at the end of the day. Curiosity returned to the face of the blonde immediately. Books. You're a writer. Hans Christian Andersen, caster servant. He dryly introduced himself, folding his arms and reading the face of the servant. They clearly did not recognize his name, but they did recognize his profession. It was rather odd to see someone show such delight over the thought of meeting a writer, rather than meeting a specific writer. So you were famous for your books, then? The servant ventured, tilting his head at an angle but not losing his enthusiasm in the least. Yes, was all he could say to that. Though it would be more accurate to say I was famous for what my books ended up being turned into, something I am not entirely sure is worth it, all things considered. Especially with the way it ended up turning out at the very end. Those bloody Disney films. Confusion swept through the face. Are you ashamed of? No. He cut that thought down. I am not ashamed of my creations, I am just annoyed with what people did with them. Like spending all your time baking a cake and then watching someone hurl it at the wall and calling the splatter mark a mosaic because it happens to form an image that might be considered artistic, that doesn't change the fact it's a ruined cake. Anderson fell silent, then watched the face of the servant once more. It was clear they weren't really following along with what he was talking about all that well. With a tired sigh, he folded his arms once more. Never mind about that. So then, what interest do you have in my status as an author? Are you an avid fan of reading, perhaps? Or is it just the intrigue that someone with a role as simple as mine could end up as a heroic spirit? The servant frowned. Is it all that surprising? I thought books were important for humans, so that means the people who write them would also be important as well. Ha! Barking a laugh at the servant, he felt the cynic grin pull on his lips. If only that were the case, but it matters less on what you wrote and more on how it was perceived. The brilliant papers drawn to explain the workings of the world and their effect on humanity hardly equate to the lowbrow wit of Shakespeare, and yet he is a servant more likely to be summoned than an ancient author. Not that it was impossible. He was certain you'd likely get some philosopher servants here and there, but he knew for a fact Shakespeare was on the throne. The reaction was, not quite what he was expecting. The servant looked rather downtrodden about his words. Is that right? The frown was as if he just told a child that Santa was a brand image. Anderson felt his faux humor dry up rather swiftly as he watched them. His lips curled down as he allowed them to simmer for a moment, then the servant continued onwards. So, humans don't remember their writers as much as they remember the warriors and leaders. You don't have much experience with people, do you? A twitch from the servant and a turn of the head, but the answer was readily apparent to him from the very beginning. Listen, humans pay more attention to the things with the effects they can actually see with their own two eyes, that is just how it works. The things that have true influence upon them, while there is no doubt that someone writing a popular story is going to play on some people's minds, the effects of a king leading his people to victory are going to last much longer. But, I suppose that might be true. The servant scratched the side of his neck, yet the frown remained even as he understood the words being spoken to him. But it seems to be a bit of a waste. Anyone can kill something, but it would be more worthwhile remembering the people who actually contributed something instead. Not as though I have room to talk about it, but I think making something is more impressive. Anderson kept silent. That depends on what you create, but perhaps an optimistic point of view would be to celebrate everything that a person can make. But that does not place them all upon the same value. The work of the Mona Lisa does not hold the same value as a child's scribbles on the wall, but they are both works of art. Not the best comparison, but the principle was the same. The blonde watched him for a moment or two, then shrugged his shoulders. I think they both might be worth something. Oh. Anderson could see them now, much clearer than before. I see. Only those who know how to destroy can truly appreciate how difficult it is to create. The servant froze and stared at him with wide eyes. This is not a matter of accusation or judgment, do not be confused. Anderson dismissed with a wave of the hand before the servant could get the wrong idea. Merely an observation, uncalled for it may be. I would merely assume that someone who has spent their whole life breaking things, would understand how difficult it is to try their hand at the opposite, though whatever your reasons might have been, I will say this, do not fall into the trap that just because something is made, does not mean it has value. Why do you say that? Because personal taste exists. He shuddered, turning away and walking off. And some things really should not be made. Rather than appreciating everything, you should find something worth appreciating, doing so makes it easier to create. But that is just some advice. You do not have to follow it. He could feel the stare aimed at the back of his head as he retreated. Berserker. Anderson stopped, then turned his head and stared at the blonde. I am Berserker. His brows climbed up, feeling himself at an almost loss for words. You're a Berserker. He could not help but ask. It was a rather large shock for him. He would have expected a berserker to be dribbling on the floor and frothing at the mouth, not trying to engage him in a debate about artistic beauty or the value of writing. Berserker nodded his head. There was clearly a reason they weren't saying their name, and clearly it was shame. Perhaps they tried their hand at making something and had it explode in their face. That is what Anderson would assume. It must have been a rather spectacular explosion for it to cause a servant to hide away their true name, much like a child would sweep the mess under the rug to avoid the watchful eye of their parent. Somewhat pitiable, he supposed as well. With a nod of the head, Anderson turned back around and resumed his stroll onwards. If this is what the berserkers were like in Chaldea, then what on earth would the caster class be like? Or the sabers? Should he expect to find a saber with a hammer and chisel trying to create the great works of Michelangelo or something? Wouldn't that be a shock? Anderson stared. The red-haired woman looked right back at him. Neither one of them moved or said anything for what felt like several seconds. Did you not hear me the first time? Jolting, the woman blinked several times before she made a rather puzzled face and then looked down, her brows pinched together, then her head came back up and stared at him as though she couldn't make sense of what she was seeing. Did I wander into a zoo and become an exhibit without realizing it? Sorry, the woman cleared her throat, still looking at him in a somewhat perturbed manner before shaking her head. A polite smile crossed over her lips as she spoke. Sorry about that, I was a bit surprised at all. So what was it that you wanted, a coffee? He could see the hint of strain in her face and hear the wisp of doubt in her words. Apparently she was somewhat reluctant to give him coffee, probably on account of how he actually looked rather than what he was actually like. So long as she actually served him the coffee, he didn't mind. Seconds passed, then she nodded her head up and down and stepped away, turning around and calling back into the kitchen. Giving out the specifics of what he wanted, casting one final odd look towards him before her sight returned to the kitchens, "It'll be with you in just a moment." And with that done, she moved away and further off to someone else who was probably looking for a meal or a drink. One thing that did bother him was the height of the chairs. Evidently they were not made with the intention of seating someone of his stature. Not that they would have, but it was the image it presented. He could look over the counter, just about, so that wasn't the issue. The problem was climbing up and down the chairs in the first place. Anderson paused at the sound of heavy breathing, panting, more like, then turned his head towards the noise and felt his brows shoot right the way up his brow as he watched a wolf that could have looked a horse in the eye plod right past him. The beast stopped only briefly to cast a look in his direction and take a sniff of the air before it turned and carried right the way on. He blinked twice, then shifted his attention to the kitchens once more. Are you all aware there is a wolf in here? What, Sif? Came a voice from someone. Anderson was pleasantly surprised to see if it was a regular human who approached him. The man didn't so much as blink as he dried his hands off and sniffed the air once. A middle-aged fellow, they didn't seem put off by his appearance either. Has better table manners than some of the others around here. Big fan of the bone broth as well. Give us a use for all those other parts, can't say I'm gonna complain about it. The man turned to him, then raised a brow. Big shock at first though, but you got accustomed to wild animals walking around on account of that damn squirrel thing. Though this one doesn't steal food. It sounded as though they had a magic rat problem or something along those lines. So is that a rider's mount? Nah, heard it was a servant. That was a servant. They were just making anyone servants nowadays, weren't they? A moment later, the man glanced over his shoulder and grunted before he moved out of the way of another approaching fellow. This being a man adorned in the traditional black vest atop a white shirt, busy handlebar mustache as well, and a wide welcoming smile slapped across his face. Striding towards them with a cup and plate in hand, the man paused and then blinked as soon as he caught sight of Anderson. The caster waved his hand towards himself but said nothing. A drawn-out sight as the servant approached, but set the coffee down in front of him without much in the way of complaint. I would say you're a touch young for that sort of thing, but you are a servant as well, so perhaps a case like that of young face but old soul. Yes, that. Good heaven. The servant jolted backwards with a surprised face. A powerful voice you have there, my good man. Yes, it seems to be very striking. Anderson dryly remarked that he took the mug and slipped it closer to himself before taking a short sip. He paused, then pulled the mug back and stared at it for several seconds. His eyes narrowed before they turned towards the man in front of him and stared, shooting a gaze between the two items for several seconds. "What did you do to this coffee?" The man replied rather quickly. "Well, at first it was something I was doing for my fellow undead because we don't really have any taste in our tongues, then apparently everyone was getting rather warm feelings towards it." With a helpless shrug, the man could only smile. "And then, before I knew it, suddenly I was making coffee with Estus brewed into it. Though I could make you another cup without it, if you should be so inclined." Anderson debated it for a moment, glancing between the two of them once more. The coffee was dangerous for someone like him. If he was drinking this while trying to work, he knew for a fact it would tear his attention away from his writing and onto the drink before he could help it. The feelings it brought about were akin to some gentle warmth, like he was in the more comfortable moments of his life. But he wasn't writing anything right now, so he didn't see a problem. "I'll let you know when I want a regular old coffee or not," he replied after a few moments, taking another small sip and setting it down. "A passion for the culinary arts despite your lack of taste. Some would call you talented." The man chuckled. "Talent? I would hardly call it that. I merely toiled and toiled until it became second nature to me. Like riding a horse, you never forget how it is done. To call it talent would be to imply that it is limited to a select few." Anderson grunted but said nothing to him. Not that the man held the same constraints. "So then, you are a new face." The man leaned forwards, resting his palms flat on the counter. "I am Sigward of Katarina, a pleasure to meet you, my young-faced friend." "Rather friendly one, aren't you?" "I strive to be," Sigward replied without missing a beat. "So then, how has your visit been going?" Anderson raised a brow at the man. "Does my personal life intrigue you so?" Rather than appear put off, Sigward merely offered a smile. "If you are not comfortable with my prying, then I shall push no further. But I have always made it a point of habit to speak to those who are receptive to words. You never do know when you might find yourself drawn into the most interesting of conversations." "Ah," Anderson grunted back. "So you enjoy gossip then, do you?" "Gossip? Sigward rolled his lips and furrowed his brows. Then cupped his chin and released a long and thoughtful hum. Watching the man, he raised a brow but remained content to watch him. "I suppose that would be sensible, yes," came the reply after a few moments. "I'm a rather curious fellow, I suppose. Always ready to speak and learn with whomever I can. Our master seems much the same." "Ah." Sigward, for the first time, looked a touch pensive. "I believe he might be braver than I when it comes to the company he would speak with. Mind you, perhaps I am not one to talk. I once sought to engage a demon in an idle conversation and made friends with a giant for my troubles. So, perhaps we might be cut from the same adventurous cloth, but—" Anderson subtly leaned forwards. "Well, it is the choice of the boy whom he speaks with." With a wave of the hand, the man dismissed. "But I can only hope the boy is not too dour when he doesn't get the right sort of company. I understand all too well the sadness that comes when you realize the other sort isn't all that receptive to a conversation. A pity, really. He would just call that life. I suppose others might not be as receptive." Sigward grimaced lightly. "Perhaps. Though I doubt many in Chaldea would enjoy the company of others, but do not feel so down, my small friend. I am certain that there shall be those who find you to be good company. However odd they might first appear, at least. That wasn't what he was worried about in the least. And besides, it was hardly as though he was going around looking to make friends in Chaldea either." "If you say so," was his simple reply as he took another sip. "I suppose that is why you became a chef, despite being a servant. To satisfy your need for conversation with people. I suppose there are few other professions that grant you as many a chance as this one when it comes to needling into the personal life of people." A single blink from Sigward. "Well, it makes it sound as though I am a bit nosy when phrased like that." "You mean you aren't?" "I have a habit of putting my face where it might not always be welcome, I have been told that before." was the honest reply. At least they did not try to deny it. Then Sigurd chuckled to himself. I have also been told that I sleep like the dead. It took Anderson a couple seconds to understand the joke. Then he shot a flat look at the man. He didn't need to say anything about that. Sigurd smiled as if he was the picture of innocence. But really, can I be blamed? With so many interesting characters about, I'd much rather have the chance to speak with most of them when they're comfortable. A battle is hardly a good place for casual conversation and aha. There you are, my good fellow. Anderson turned as Sigurd moved off, then stepped further down the counter towards. That was a minotaur. That was a very large minotaur. Hello, Ward, came the rather gentle voice of the body of muscle, pale white furry hair slung around the head, beady red eyes stared down at the chef and a small smile played on the lips of the figure. Here, for usual. Of course you are. Sigurd chuckled. How has Lady Euryale been today? Fine. The Minotaur replied with a brighter expression, evidently the topic pleased him. She and Steno. Very happy. Listened to songs. Very nice. Sigurd nodded along with the tale recounted to him, smiling all the while. That is lovely to hear. I'm sure that you would have quite the singing voice as well, perhaps something deep and operatic. I'm sure that Mozart would be happy to lend some of his time to give you lessons on it. The Minotaur remained silent for a moment, then tilted his head. Really, I do not see the harm in asking. Sigurd replied, then brought up a single finger. There was that other fellow who played the triangle during that lovely little Christmas party some time back. He seemed to be rather new as well. I believe Mozart gave him some skills in the subject, perhaps a small tune for that. Silence, then a single nod and a wide grin. Sounds fun. Surprise. Euryale. Ha ha ha. That would be a pleasant surprise for me. Sigurd laughed, moving back to the kitchens and then returning a moment later. I knew you would be here soon, so I took the liberty of making it before you arrived. Enjoy yourself, Asterios, and give my regards to the lady goddesses. I will. Asterios gently took the bowl into his hands and stepped back. Bye, Ward. Have a nice day. Anderson watched the Minotaur plod back the way he had come, then turned his eyes to the man and raised them ever so slightly. Interesting company indeed. Sigurd shrugged. He's a fine fellow. Rather unfortunate past, but a fine fellow all the same. Well, I fear what would happen if the lady goddesses ever found out that I was rude to him, not that I would ever be rude. He's been nothing but cordial. That was hard to believe, but not impossible. It was merely that putting the words, Minotaur, and cordial, in the same sentence felt off. But that was none of his business. Chaldea seems a rather storied location. To that, Sigurd chuckled. It seems to be a tale that writes itself. No, books never wrote themselves, no matter how much he wished they sometimes did. And, in response to the last chapter, I put Ritska in a dress for fun. Don't think too hard about it. That is all. Welcome to Fanfic Audiobook, your go-to place for immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to our channel for more amazing stories. And please support the author by link in description. The beauty of an ever-distant utopia. Ritska didn't consider himself surprised all that often, even this wasn't a surprise all this considered, but he still considered it something of an event when he stared across at the two people standing on the summoning pad, brought forth one after another. He knew one of them already, they had shared a conversation after a rather troubling encounter, all things considered, and his mind was already racing with the possibility of whether something like that would happen again. It wasn't something he would dismiss immediately. Padded leather armor with metallic plated rolled over their shoulders, thick gloves, steel caps around their elbows and knees. The fully enclosed knight helm and twin swords hanging from either of their hips. Their hands moved up, clasping the underside of their helmet and lifting it off the top of the head, taking a single step forwards and resting it under the crook of their arm. Deep red hair and brilliant violet-colored eyes, the man smiled down at them and bowed their head ever so slightly. I am Bedrick, Saber's servant and Lord of Cinder. As a knight of the Dark Moon, I have answered your summons and shall do all I can to aid you. Ritska knew enough about who they were, the warnings from the doctor about the surge in divinity combined with the proof of the man before him were all of that. Their previous meeting still lingered in his mind, as well as the thought of if they remembered all of it. If they did, then they gave no indication of it. With a smile, he nodded back to the servant. Ritsuka Fujimaru, glad to have you on board. A bright call from his side. Mash Kyrielite, demi-servant Shielder. Pleased to meet you as well, Sir Bedrick. That done, his eyes turned next to the other servant as they stepped down from the panel, the complete opposite of the one who he had seen before. Even though he did know their identity already, that didn't take away from the differences between the two of them in the least. Rather, it only further compounded how two people could be so different. I am Artoria. The girl introduced themselves with a bright smile, piercing green eyes and a disposition about her that was almost akin to looking the sun in the face. He could have sworn she was almost sparkling with how much she just radiated energy. It was rather stunning. Especially since her counterpart did pretty much the opposite. Ah, but I'm still technically in training, so you can also call me Lily as well. Her addendum was coupled with a small nod of the head, a slightly unsure smile for a split second before her face shifted into a larger grin. But I vow to serve you faithfully in the years to come, Master. He hoped that she was wrong. Not because he didn't like her, but because her sentence implied that they would be doing this sort of thing for years. He'd rather not think about doing something this stressful ever again in his life, not that he could help it. Still, with a bow of the head, he did as he had been able to learn from bits and pieces during his brief interactions with Flan and what the king expected. Coupled with the brief moments in which he had seen Gilgamesh. And I look forward to working with you, King Artoria. Ritska brought his head up, the immediate reactions were apparent. Bedrick mouthed the word, King, to themselves while shooting a pointed look in the direction of the young blonde, all while the individual in question blinked for a moment and then awkwardly shook her head from side to side. Oh, I'm not actually a king, yet, per se. Rather, the me you're talking to is the me who only just pulled Caliburn from the stone. Proving her point, she held up an ornamental blue and golden sword which, while certainly beautiful, was a far cry from the design of Excalibur he had seen. Admittedly, the Excalibur he had seen was black and red, and also a little scary, while this looked more like a designed piece weapon with a narrower blade to it as opposed to the wide-brimmed sword wielded by her apparently older counterpart. He glanced from the weapon at the girl once again, then swiftly nodded his head. I see. Sorry about the confusion then, Lily. He was really thankful she gave him an out there. Otherwise he'd need to specify which Artoria he meant. And he didn't want to have to resort to just adding, the Light One, or, the Dark One, to the front of their names. From before you became the King of Britain. He spared a glance to the whisper. Mash was looking on with a surprising amount of puzzlement upon her face. She quickly caught his eyes and rolled her lips. Then offered a tiny smile as she explained. Sorry, Senpei, it is just that servants are summoned during the prime years of their life. And for someone like King Arthur, their prime years would be when they are king. He understood their point, then placed his hands on his hips. That did strike him as a little odd. Ah, sorry if that sounded rude, your Lily-san. Mash quickly bowed her head as she offered a hasty apology. Oh, not at all. Like the apparent ray of sunlight she was trying to be, Lily merely waved her hand and offered an understanding face. I'm actually a little bit surprised by all of this myself. Perhaps it has something to do with my last summoning. I can't be too sure, but merely think of it as an impossible summoning that did happen. A slightly nervous noise escaped her. She brought her hand up and rubbed the back of her neck in a move that was rather ordinary, he supposed. Sorry, Merlin would probably be able to explain this much better than I. He figured that might be the case. Phew. An angered bark by his ankles turned his eyes to the collar. The rather aggrieved look Fu shot the girl was a bit surprising, but he got the feeling they weren't so much angry at her as they were angry with the words they brought up. Though quite why Fu would be so angry at the mention of Merlin was a bit jarring to him. Ah, I know you don't like him, Kath. Lily leaned forwards, caliburn dissipating, and clasped her hands together over her knees, showing an apologetic smile. But you know I'm right with this, don't you? Q. They sounded like a resigned bark to him. Wait, Kath. What did she call Fu? Lily paused, her head rose up and towards him, blinking twice and then tilting. Yes. Oh, did you not know that? She winced a moment later, then glanced towards Fu and looked down with an apologetic wince. Sorry about that, Kath. Fu, another exasperated bark. He watched the small animal shake their head and turn around, trotting towards the door and right through into the hallways. Both he and Mash turned and looked at one another, neither of them particularly sure what had just happened there. Do you know what Fu's species is or something? Lily winced again, then gave a nervous chuckle. I suppose you could say that I am familiar with a bigger version of them. Or, well, my future self is. These memories are something of a confusing situation, I admit. But I do not believe it will be too big of a problem for us. A long hum broke their conversation up, eyes turned towards the silent Bedrick who had clearly been watching them all talk amongst themselves. Ritska cringed at the fact they had ignored him. Sorry about. You do not need to apologize for that, Master. Bedrick replied smoothly. I did not wish to break up a conversation. Rather, I have put some thought into the words of my peer and believe I have come to an understanding. His gaze shifted into something more studious. As it was explained to me, the flow of time being in jeopardy allowed for differing timelines to cross over into one another. The summoning between which became a trifling matter. As such, it would hardly be a surprise to walk between worlds during such times. While different, I believe the incineration of humanity would qualify for one such event. Ritska blinked, leaning back a little at the rather simple explanation they gave. So basically, we could summon Lily because the timeline of the world is messed up. Bedrick gave only a single nod of the head and a patient smile. That makes sense. Lily muttered quietly, putting her fist into the palm of her other hand with a light thud. With a gaze that was more focused, she gave a slow nod of the head before turning onto the man. You know a lot about this sort of thing. Bedrick brought his hand up, making a so gesture. I am not an equal to the academics of the dragon schools. They could explain it better than I, of that I am certain, but I held the company of some intellectuals. One could listen to Big Hat Logan speak for hours about the nature of sorceries. His tone was rather nostalgic, all while Lily made an odd face. Big Hat, Logan. Oh, yes. The knight caught himself. A sorcerer. Made famous for his astounding skill in the arts, perhaps the greatest in the land, many claimed that his spells were on par with the lightning of even Lord Gwyn himself. He was also known for having an absurdly large hat. Very distinctive. The mention of Gwyn, and the subtle respect they spoke the name with, brought a faint grimace to his face. He spared a glance at Mash and saw she had caught it as well, glancing to him worryingly before back to the knight. Ritska broke the silence first. About Gwyn, I feel like I should tell you that, as it stands, we're on hostile terms with him. The reaction was immediate. The expression of Bedrick turned blank. Is that so? Itzis and whoever gods have allied with us, which include pretty much all of his children and his wife, ex-wife. Confusion colored his features, ex-wife. No, all his children. Does that mean Lord Gwyndolin is similarly here as well and allied with you? He nodded once. Bedrick loosened his posture. They are here willingly. Another nod. Then that is all you need to say. Bringing his free hand up, Bedrick placed it against his chest above his heart. I am a sworn knight of the Darkmoon. I may not raise my blade against Lord Gwyndolin, but I shall oppose all those who are deemed his enemies. Even if that list includes his own father. That went well. Ritska loosened his posture, a sigh escaped him as he brought his hands up to cradle his head. I'm not going to lie, that is a pretty big relief. I didn't want to have to spoil our meeting by finding out that we couldn't get along or something like that. Indeed, that would certainly put a damper on first meetings between the two of us. With a good-natured chuckle, the red-haired man smiled for a moment before their expression dimmed a little. Though I am inclined to ask, does the undead still hold ranks with you? Ash. They meant Ash. He does. I see. Ritska slowly nodded his head. I know he has problems, but he's trying to be better. Bedrick raised a brow at him, merely questioning, nothing judgmental or incredulous, so that was good. Is that so? I shall have to see it with my own eyes, but if what you speak is the case, then I shall re-evaluate my opinion of his character. Though if he continues to use the abyss, I must warn you that it is not a power to be trifled with. Not even mere dabbling. I have seen what it can do. So had he. Yeah, I know about that. He shrugged. Ash claims he knows what he's doing and I trust him to know about that. A risky situation to trust, but you have known him longer than I. Bedrick figuratively stepped back. To demand you adhere to my words within mere moments of meeting me truly would be the height of arrogance. Rather, I shall stay my tongue until I know all there is to know of this. Until then, I ask where you would have need of me. Well, would you two like a tour? For the time being, there was very little for Bedrick to say in regards to Chaldea. As far as covenants went, he knew that they accepted all manner of individuals from across all walks of life. That much was something he had long since come to accept. That being said, it would not prevent him from being slightly on edge when it came to those individual members. Whatever else the word of his new summoner had, he was still apprehensive in regards to the unkindled. They had shown him their true thoughts and he had shown them his own. Hearing that since that time they were trying to change was some rather welcome news, but it did not alter his own perception of them. Trying to be a better person did not shift the blame for past crimes away. In snuffing the flame, the unkindled had committed a terrible sin and regret would not undo it. Nor would his own actions now, which would be tantamount to revenge. Could he kill the unkindled? Yes, but he knew the futility of killing an undead being. More to the point, those they slew would remain dead. Was it justice? Perhaps, but so long as they fought on the side of his patron Lord Gwyndolin, then he would stay his hand for the time being. Sir Gareth. Yeah, and Sir Lancelot. The names fluttered through his mind for a brief instant. A flash of history through his mind and his brows furrowed almost immediately, turning a questioning gaze onto the young man and watching their own expression shift in some small amount of discomfort. Would that not be the man who slew them in the first place? Yeah, Sir Lancelot, his summoner, Ritska, only grew more uncomfortable as time passed before they eventually spoke further. He's a berserker, but I think that there is a bit more in there than you'd think. Whatever the case, I think he avoids Sir Gareth as much as he can and, well, he avoids a couple of other people. Namely the other version of you that we have. The latter part of the remark was directed towards Princess Lily, or would it be Prince Lily? They claimed they would become king, so at their current stage, they would be a prince. The blonde girl jolted for a moment, then brought their hand up and gestured to themselves with a look of surprise. Another version of myself. I did not think that it was possible to get two versions of the same servant summoned in the same place. Are they in another class to my own? No. They're also a saber. Prince Lily muttered to themselves, a hand cupped their chin as they gave a thoughtful hum. I assume that they are the me from when I was king. Kind of. Bedrick raised a brow at the unsure remark. The discomfort shared between the two teenagers in front of him was growing more apparent as time progressed. It was clear to assume that there was something related to this other version of Lily that the pair were unaware of how to voice delicately. He supposed he should step in and provide some assistance to them. Might I assume that this version of them is different to what your expectations would have been? Ritska turned to him, then back to Lily before they dropped their shoulders. The singularity we originally encountered them in was rather odd. Something happened to them there, from what we can figure, and they've become what we've called an alter. An alter? Not really. Another pause, the boy winced. Not really an evil doppelganger as much as how someone else might have seen them. We're mostly thinking that this version of King Arthur is how the people who didn't like them might have perceived them. Ah, yes. He could see the problem. He doubted that any version of oneself viewed through the lenses of their hated audience would present a particularly flattering image. Shifting his attention to Lily, he watched a flicker of discomfort move across her face for a brief moment before giving a slow nod of the head. Though whether it was one of understanding or one of acceptance was something that he could not tell. Perhaps it was for the best. He did not envy her position. He was certain there would be many who viewed him as a monster in light of his actions. I understand, Master. Lily eventually found her voice and replied, keeping her tone even, but the tension in her posture betrayed her unease with the subject. She's workable. Recognizing this, the boy quickly turned on her with a comforting expression. She's not really overtly hostile or anything else. We've not had any problems, but it's more that Berserker gets along with her pretty well. Though that might be because they both like the same food. I think it's a very good common interest to have, senpai. The girl, Squire Kyrillite, voiced with a touch of levity, it swiftly changed into an expression of unease. Though I do think that Archer-san might be getting slightly put off with their demands of greasy foods, I think he was complaining about it the other day. Caffrey-san is still trying to chase Berserker-san for his table manners as well. I vaguely heard about that, but seriously. He's like twice her size. A nod of the head from the girl. Bedrick found himself presented with the curious mental image of a small young woman trying to beat dinner manners into some armor-plated giant of a man. The image, while amusing, was only second to the flicker of the name that passed through his mind. Caffrey. A goddess, but one that he predated. One of fortune, was it. He could have done with her blessing numerous times. How does Sir Gareth react to them? Ritsuka blinked, then made a small noise as if the question had never occurred to them. She hasn't said anything about it to me. I don't believe she's mentioned it all that much, then again, it might be because she's trying to downplay it. She did something pretty similar when Lancelot's identity got revealed to us. Now they sounded concerned. Lily gave a swift wave of the hand. That is just what Sir Gareth is like though. If she claims to be fine with it, then I shall trust in the judgment of my knights. As for Sir Lancelot, please do not think too harshly of him, he's always been very hard on himself. I don't think he deserves half of what he thinks he does. Bedrick perked up, not because of any words, but because of the sensation that was rapidly approaching from further down the halls. It did not betray an ounce of malicious intent, rather it was more akin to a genial stroll. A woman rounded the corner, the dark gown of a cleric overlapped with silver-plated armor. Master. Speaking with a rather light voice, the woman offered a single smile before she paused, turning her eyes onto both himself and Lily. Bedrick shifted, glancing between the two of them for a single instant and making a small noise. This is rather curious, though I recall the other version of you accusing me of being someone else. So perhaps this is merely the case, but you do not hold the appearance of the Emperor Nero as well. Mash looked at him rather sympathetically. I have noticed it as well, Sir Bedrick, rather, I think it might be turning into a trend. Okita-san also looks like them, and Cecilia-san looked like Jean-san. How could one face be worn by so many? Did they all share a common ancestor? The armored cleric shifted for a moment, then offered a faint shrug of her shoulders as she collected herself. I cannot claim awareness of any relation with either Emperor Nero nor King Arthur. Rather, their appearances were just as much a surprise for me as they would be to anyone else looking on from the outside. Even if that were the case, I am unsure as to how Okita Soji would factor into it. Probably best to just take a note from Nobunaga and just ignore it. Ritsuka muttered with a shake of the head, then brought his eyes to the woman. Right, we summoned these two recently, I'll let you all introduce yourselves to one another. Bedrick straightened, pulling a cool smile and bowing his head. Well met, milady. I am Bedrick, Knight of the Dark Moon and Lord of Cinder. Though you should not feel inclined to show me more respect than you feel necessary. Artoria Lily, wandering knight of Camelot and on the quest to become king. The woman, though she looked more like an old teenager, glanced between the two of them for a second before her own lips pulled into a greeting smile. Jean, ruler class servant. You may call me Jean if you wish, I find myself repeating your own words. Saint Jean. Bedrick inclined a brow. You do not hold attachment to your veneration. I merely did as was needed of me at the time. Jean replied evenly, shaking her head from side to side. Though the title of saint is one that I shall not spurn, that does not mean I must wear it at all times, rather, I am merely Jean. The girl who fought for what she believed in and what was requested of her. He could understand the feeling. Then Jean it will remain. He offered an understanding smile to her, one that she clearly recognized if her mirror of it was any indication. Ritska turned on the ruler. Was there something the matter, Jean? Oh, not as such, master. The woman quickly replied with a shake of the head. I was merely on my way to visit Marie. She's been rather insistent on inviting me for a tea party. An understanding hum was levied to her by Ritska. Yeah, that sounds about right from her. It wouldn't surprise me if Sigward comes walking around the corner any second now with some fancy bread or something like that. But to each their own. Bedrick glanced around the saint and raised a brow. As if they had been summoned by the words of his master, a new pair rounded the corner. A brunette woman with short hair and an expression on her face that betrayed a sense of ruggedness hiding beneath her feminine gaze, and a slightly older fellow with a bushy mustache across his face, wearing the attire he would have associated with a server. Carrie-san. Oh, hey Mash, little dude. The woman greeted the pair with a rather carefree wave of the hand, unconcerned with the crowd around her. You guys just get back from summoning around or? She trailed off, her eyes lingered on Lily before sending a look to the boy. So, you got a type or something? Ritska just rolled his eyes. Yes, very funny. Just saying, I wouldn't judge. Carrie. Alright. With a shrug of the shoulders, her lips formed a smooth grin as her eyes wandered towards him. Making a slow show of moving up and down before lingering on his face. Leaning on one side, she bit her lower lip before speaking in a deliberately slow voice. Ya like jazz? Did he like wah? PFF'd. The rather sudden reaction from Ritska was immediate. The boy stumbled to one side and slapped a hand over his face. Coughing a laugh into it as though they had heard the funniest joke in the world. WWWH what? You can't. You did not PFF to ha 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 ha. Bedrick felt as though he was missing something, and he quickly found that he was not alone if the entire hallway was now looking between all of them with the most bemused and bewildered expressions he had ever been presented with. With his eyes lingering on the laughing form of his master, he glanced back at the woman and thought more on her question. I cannot claim to like a genre of music I have never heard, but I suppose I would be curious to partake in this land's culture. Ah, spoken like a true fellow. The boisterous voice of the man echoed around him. They stepped forwards and sported a wide grin. I am Sigward of Katarina, a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Bedrick of Lordran. He felt his own smile widen as he spoke with a man who reminded him so very much of another he knew. Rather, more than that, their voices were eerily similar to one another. Then again, it was entirely possible that they were a descendant of sorts. He had met with Sieglinde, a knight of Katarina. A blessed day this is. I have seen firsthand what the strength of your arms can entail. Aha, you have met some of my countrymen then. Sigward's smile widened. I am most pleased they left you with such a good impression. I would consider it rather a shame if we had done you an ill hand. Not at all. Ritska was still coughing in the background, now being tended to by Mash, all while the one responsible looked about as far from guilty as the sun was from the moon. The woman, Carrie, merely shrugged her shoulders when his eyes landed on her. Hey, he was complaining about no one getting references. Really, he has only himself to blame for all of this. Bedrick found himself more confused about what this related to than anything else, though it seemed like good-natured teasing between friends in his eyes. As expected, he would not understand the inside jokes having only known them for a few minutes at best and the woman even less. An entire theater performance about the life of a bee. None could have predicted the conversation that would entail when he inquired as to what the reference was about. He was expecting a short anecdote relating to a simple event which occurred, and instead he found himself, and the others, being treated to a swift explanation of one of the most bizarre things he had heard in his life. His brows furrowed as the lift continued downwards. Sure enough, he didn't understand a word of what was being said. Quote, "Do the humans of this world truly have such free time on their hands as to make up such plays?" It wasn't as though he was critical, merely that he would have expected to hear more about some manner of performance similar to what he knew of. Great tales of knights or perhaps even some manner of political drama in regards to some fictitious story. His own homeland did such thing, traveling troops and the like. Ritska merely offered a shrug. They're not all like that, but it was mostly because it was so absurd, that's why people know about it even if they haven't seen it. To be honest, I didn't understand much of the film when I watched it either, rather, it felt quite bizarre. Bedrick hummed and nodded along, then rolled his jaw to the side. Did you, at least, enjoy it? Quote, "It was all right, yeah. I could have thought of worse things to do at the time." That was hardly a ringing endorsement of it. But it brought good-natured cheer, so there was clearly something of value found within the experience, even if the end product was not all that good, if the opinion of his master was any indication. What of you, Kyrillite? Have you any performances that captured your own focus? The girl blinked at his sudden question, then offered a slightly apologetic frown. Sorry, sir, I mean, Bedrick-san. I don't have as much experience with movies and performances as Senpei, but I do have some favorite books. That is a medium I am more familiar with. He admitted with a wry smile, rather it was a greater comfort to be presented with something he might actually know. Would it be something of a wasted hope to assume you were well read on any of the tales of great knights? Or perhaps stories of valor and courage? Sometimes. The girl admitted with a nod of the head. Though I am unsure how many of the stories are fictional and how many have facts within them. I have read many stories about the Knights of the Round Table and other such legends of history. Though I believe most of those wouldn't count as history books. Bedrick furrowed his brows. Not history books. Would the tales of King Arthur and their knights not be lauded through the ages? He received mixed stares in response. It's more like those stories are considered fictional. Finding himself at a complete loss for words, all Bedrick could do was stare dumbly at the young man in front of him, then towards Kyrillite and then finally shifting his attention onto Lily herself and judging her reaction. It was one that was utterly unsurprised, rather she looked as though she had expected the answer. Quote, "Fictional. How can such a thing happen?" Ritska scratched the underside of his chin. To be honest, I'm not all that sure, but it's mostly due to people trying to keep all the magical stuff secret, and, well, modern humanity has sort of moved to leave that kind of thing behind. I guess. Or at least the wider public has. Quote, "An abandonment of magic." It sounded rather absurd to him, almost baffling. His hand moved up and cupped his chin, a rather disturbing thought slowly took root within his mind. What of the gods of your own land, have they similarly been regarded as fictional? The boy opened their mouth, then paused and winced. Quote, "Sort of. Some more than others. How tragic. I see." He rolled his lips and turned his head, pinching his brows. This was indeed a strange land he found himself within. The door opened up as they ground to a half, swiftly opening up and revealing a figure stood on the opposite side. He jerked and stepped backwards, caught off guard by the appearance of them before catching himself a moment later, instantly noting the differences between them and the person that he had met. Chief of all was that he was taller than them by at least a head. An avid admirer of Esser Ornstein. If at all possible, the knight adorned in the dull gray version of the Lion Knight's famous armor straightened even further at the mention of the name. Swiftly turning to him with their full attention and speaking. "You know of the Dragon Slayer?" A woman's voice. "Yes, and that was rather sudden of me to ask." Catching himself, he lightly smiled. "Bedrick of Lordran, Knight of the Dark Moon. Esser Sanora of Haida, Knight of the Flame God. Another kingdom he was either older than or the same age as. One of the two, he assumed. It was rather difficult to tell when it came to a clear timeline. Well met then, Sanora of Haida." He twitched a smile at them. If you are even half as good as the legends spoke of them, you are indeed a fine blade to have at our side. To you as well, Blade of Gwendolyn. She greeted evenly, then turned her head onto the others in the elevator, pausing for a moment when her gaze landed upon a singular figure. Are you, perhaps, another version of King Arthur? I am, yes. Though I'm not actually a king yet. You may call me Lily. The girl introduced herself with a small bow of her own. A pleasure to meet another knight who appreciates lions. He suppressed a snort, idly turning his head to glance at the ceiling and admire the cleanliness of it all. Why yes, they are rather powerful beasts. Even through the armor, it was clear that Sanora was rather taken aback by the whole exchange. Collecting themselves and folding their arms behind their back, their composure regained, then nodded once. Having seen your elder self firsthand, I can admit my own intrigue in seeing your skill as well. That aside, I am most pleased that Master has summoned yet more trustworthy servants to his side. The way she implied that gave him the indication there were untrustworthy servants, and more than one. Concerning. Oh yes, I believe it would do you well to pass along a warning to your superior, Master. Sanora shifted the topic, turning her head towards the boy and giving an audible frown. Whether she is aware of it or not, I believe it is rumored that Elizabeth is currently making an effort to stage another performance. I am unsure how many she has asked. I myself only found out through a strained message from Sir Archon. The smile on Ritska's face was like brittle glass. That's great. I'll be sure to set aside an hour for her work. I'm certain we could find something else to occupy the time, Master. She would just reschedule. Or track me down. That is quite true. They spoke of this like it was a torture. Bedrick kept silent as he watched the man in, nothing more than a helmet and loincloth bellowing out orders at the top of their lungs at the people sprinting across the short path. They were wearing uniforms similar to that of his master, but with differences in the coloration and the like. He knew what this was, but it seemed to be more like a drill camp than anything else, his arms folded and his face evened. Casting a glance downwards onto the others for a moment and raising a lone brow at them. Come on Maxwell, you can do it. That shout was soon followed by some heavy clapping, the echo of metal rang through his ears. Turning his head to the man with long blonde hair and a simple chainmail tunic applauding the runners. The unmistakable aura of divinity was upon them, a rather powerful one as well. Ah, figured that's where Nud would be. A light mutter from Ritska, full of approval. It seemed this was not an uncommon occurrence. Sylvia, I see you in the back, you're doing great work. The god, Nud, pointed towards a blonde woman near the end of the runners, lagging behind and with an exhausted expression but still pushing onwards. Munier, I'm proud of your progress. It was rather jarring. Nud, they called them. They seem very supportive. Lily took the words right out of his mouth. He offered only a hum and a nod of the head in support of them. I think that's rather nice. Though I'm a bit surprised to see ordinary humans doing this sort of thing. Not that I have a problem with it, just a bit shocked. Leonidas started it up to whip me into shape, then some people started joining as a sympathy thing, which, in turn, had him set his sights on all of them. Bedrick found himself somewhat unsurprised. The barely armored man radiated passion. And the appearance of Nud. He just likes to show support for them. He keeps some water for them at the end as well. Heals their muscle aches and the like. Interesting. They sound to be of a decent sort. What else was there to say on the matter? The cheering of Nud fell silent. The blonde turned to them and blinked. Rather it looked as though they were taken aback by their appearance. Swiftly a casual smile laid over their features as they started to approach them, waving their silver arm in greeting. It was only as they got closer that Bedrick noted the arm was silver and not simply more heavily armored than the other. He was rather curious how such a thing was even possible in the first place, but he put it down to the abilities of the gods. More than that, the arm radiated power just as much as the owner of the limb. Afternoon, son. He greeted Ritska with a nod of the head as soon as he were close enough. I see you've summoned a few more servants here. I'll introduce myself if he hasn't already, Nud. The god extended a hand to him. He paused for a moment then clasped it on his own. Bedrick. An honor to make your acquaintance, Lord Nud. A wry chuckle escaped the man as his head shook. Please, you may just call me Nud. Bedrick, is it? I sense the fellow divinity upon you and yet, I see. A lord of Cinder, is it? You are familiar with my peers. Of a sort. The even reply was mixed with some worrying signals, yet the smile remained. But anyone who would aid in the return of history is one that I can allow some level of trust in. Besides, I believe I have something of a gut feeling when it comes to good-natured individuals. Then I shall endeavor to live up to these expectations of yours. Do not feel too pressured by my words. The god chuckled once more, then withdrew his arm and shifted his attention towards Lily. And I suppose I will let you introduce yourself, and introduce myself in turn. He stepped forwards and extended his flesh and blood arm this time. Artoria, but you can call me Lily. The saber spoke, stepping forwards and gently clasping his hand. Bedrick watched the handshake with a raised brow, a complete shift in handling compared to his own encounter. His grip with him was firm but he could see they handled Lily akin to a fine art. I suspected as much, but wished to make no impromptu remarks. Still, if your character is at all like that of your counterpart, you are a welcome addition all the same. Feel free to call upon me if there is anything you wish to speak of. Lily hesitated for a moment, then wet her lips. You speak of my counterpart well, though I have heard some troubling things. As expected. She does present herself as rather cold and distant, I must say. Nud replied rather smoothly, but offered a small but genuine smile at the end. Though that does not detract from her ideals as a king. You and her are one and the same, though your thoughts and feelings might differ at times, you still pursue the same dream. Aye, that does sound reassuring. The girl gave a light sigh. Do not be so intimidated. I doubt you will find many around you who are not haunted by some manner of demon. Drawing his hand back, Nud continued on. If nothing else, take comfort in the fact that she did come here to offer aid to Ritska and pledge her blade to his cause. I believe that is worth something. Lily seemed far more comforted by the idea now, if her light smile was any indication. Nud clapped his hands together, glancing at Ritska and Mash. Now then, I'd recommend you all beat a hasty retreat before Leonidas lays his eyes on you. Unless you wish for your tour to come with a several-hour workout routine. He has already sent for Romani to be retrieved, poor man has been trying to hide from it. Retrieved. Ritska repeated the word back with a hint of bewilderment. Who did he send for that? Sanora. Yikes. The lioness knight they encountered earlier. I'll take your advice on the latter part. Ritska hurriedly chuckled, backing away. Keep up the good work, Nud. You as well, son. Don't forget to let me know if you get caught either. I'll come by and cheer you on. Shouldn't that be phrased as, rescue me? From what? Exercise. Ritska merely laughed as if that was amusing and made for the door once more. With a final nod towards the god, Bedrick turned and swiftly followed along behind Ritska. Moving to their side and leaning forward slightly to speak with them. Son. His master caught on quickly. Oh, it's just something that he calls everyone, well, mostly everyone. I've never heard him call Mash, daughter, or something like that. Actually, what does he call you? Mash jolted slightly at the question, then inclined her head slightly. Either precious or dear, senpai. Bedrick listened to them with a touch of puzzlement, then angled his eyes just over his shoulder towards the god once more. Watching as they continued to shout encouragement to those running on the track once more. Certainly an odd quirk but relatively harmless. The cafeteria, that is what had been called next them. Though Bedrick doubted very much that he would make use of it for the intended purpose of eating, given his nature as an undead. Though socialization through food was also an acceptable way of getting to know his peers. His mind dragged to a halt the second he laid eyes on a very specific individual in the far corner. It was as he had expected, given he knew they were present, but what he was not expecting was to see them as they were. Nor for them to look in their direction and visibly brighten their expression, already they flashed towards them with a singular beam of light carrying them from one spot to the other. Ritska, you neglected to mention that you would be summoning other servants. Bedrick caught himself before he blurted out what he wanted to say. Instead he just looked in shock at the almost gentle expression on the face of the god. Combined with the somewhat cringing expression on the face of Ritska, he was unsure if this was a cordial meeting or not. Yeah, sorry, the response from Ritska was rather slow. The boy reached up and scratched the back of his head in a rather awkward gesture. His eyes flickered around for a moment before they continued. I wasn't sure about whether you even wanted to. Never mind, I probably should have asked. Gwendolyn's expression evened out slightly, his brows pinched. I have accepted that it is the nature of you to welcome even those I would despise. Perhaps it was my own flaw for the, no, I will not apologize for my words, nor do I expect an apology for your actions. Perhaps it is a case of both of us acting according to our true thoughts. Even still, Ritska muttered, then exhaled and lowered his arm. All right then. Ah, right. I'm not sure if you know him directly, but... For the first time, Gwendolyn actually turned and directed their focus on him. Their expression froze solid, like that of ice. Bedrick lowered his head immediately, dropping down into a bow right before the god. Lord Gwendolyn, to be in your presence once more is a great honor. Bedrick of Lordran stands before you once more, a still faithful knight of the Darkmoon. Still, faith. He barely caught their shocked whisper before their throat cleared ever so slightly. The silence pervaded for several moments. He almost dared to raise his head, but would not do so until given permission. You are free to rise, Bedrick, Lord of Cinders. You stand now as a god, perhaps greater than I. Nonsense, he declared without hesitation, raising his head swiftly and looking the god right in the eyes. There is no doubt that you are still my better in every way that matters. All I could accomplish was carrying out the commands you bestowed me, little else. Rising up, he folded his arms behind his back. If you work now through Ritska, then I shall trust in his judgment just as you do. Then that is acceptable. Gwendolyn replied after a moment, their eyes never once leaving his face. Their hands folded together, then they turned back towards the young man. In which case, I shall trust that you obey the words of Ritska as if they were my own. He has earned himself my friendship. His eyes whipped onto the back of the young man's head and stared at it for a few seconds. He neglected to mention they were friends with his lord. His focus shifted back to that of the god and then something else occurred to him. Though there is another thing that I might ask, are Sirs Artorias and Ornstein present? Gwendolyn shook his head. They are not, as of yet. Though I do not believe we should expect their arrival. No, perhaps that might be a mistake for me to assume. Given their tutors are in Chaldea also. It might have been his imagination, but it sounded as though his lord sounded rather bitter towards these tutors. I understand, my lord. With a short bow of the head, he stepped backwards and shifted his gaze towards Artoria, who has since ventured from them and moved further towards another pair at the far. Bedrick narrowed his eyes slightly at the taller of the two. Matted blonde hair stained with traces of obsidian. But more than that, the feeling they gave off was familiar. It was impossible, and yet, could it be them? She knew it was rude of her to wander off while her master was speaking with someone else, but it felt as though she would eavesdrop on a personal conversation. And there was something else that she found that gripped her attention immediately. Her feet were already carrying her away before she even realized what was happening, halfway towards the table before she caught herself. By that point, it was impossible for her to not go the full distance and approach with renewed vigor, yet there was a sense of unease. They had been spoken of, but seeing this was unsettling. She took small comfort in the words passed down to her by Nud. If they were here to help, then there must be something about them that was still akin to the ideals she held dear, even if they did not give the impression of such. Though the chill that permeated from them was making it difficult to believe the words. Her eyes flickered from the dark figure to the one opposite. Her ears did not pick up any trace of their conversation, more akin to her being much too focused on what was before her. They were taller, blonde hair and mismatched eyes, yet his expression was rather animated. Rather, Despite their almost fearsome visage, she did not have any strong reactions from them in the least, rather it was as though there was a sense of kinship. It was peculiar. More so when the servant paused and furrowed their brows, halting their words and turning their head until their gaze landed upon her. His eyes widened and his mouth closed. It was a single moment later when the figure of interest turned her head to see what her companion was gazing upon. By that point, she was already standing behind them and gazing down. Her mirror image gazed back, a flicker of intrigue shone through pale gold eyes but was quickly stamped down. Slowly but surely, the black mirror of herself rose from their seated position and turned around to face her, inclining their heads slightly as their gaze rose up and down. Oh, to think that such a version could be summoned. I had thought that the first of my other selves would be, no, you do not need to be told such things, do you? I'm rather surprised as well. She found herself speaking purely on instinct. Her jaw rolled as she found herself unable to find much more to say. Rather, it was as though there was nothing that either of them needed to say. Their staring contest continued. Another version of yourself, little sister. That single innocent remark cut through the fog of her mind like a sharp axe through wood. Lily blinked and turned her gaze to the speaker, staring at the blonde man as they looked between her darkened self and her several times, then raising their brows when their eyes fell upon her. This is rather unexpected. Though I'm not quite sure what to make of it. You feel like one another but one is smaller. Or you perhaps younger. Do not pay much focus to it, berserker. Her other self declared rather swiftly, a cold tone as she turned back around and lowered herself into her seat. It hardly bears mentioning. Though I am curious in part, did you come here to reject me? Did she come here to reject them? Lily could not say. Perhaps she should have felt more strongly about this being an interpretation of her rule, but at the same time, she could not deny that there had to be some part of them that still cared so long as they answered a summoning. She clasped strong the words of Nud and brought those to the forefront of her mind, looking down at the back of her other self's head before pulling a light smile. Why did we make Bedivere a knight of the Round Table? Perhaps she should have asked why they made him a member of the Round Table, as it had not truly happened for her yet. Still as a knight who wandered the countryside with her brother and Merlin, but she asked all the same. Because she knew the answer, even if she had not yet experienced it. Her other self stiffened. What? Please answer. For a brief moment, she thought they might scoff at her words and refuse. It was the aura they projected even with their back turned to her. She could not see the face they made, but for a single brief instant, the dominating cloud that hung above the head of her blackened self relented. I wonder why that was. He was unlike that of the other knights, with neither strength nor blessings. Though, it isn't worth mentioning. It was only natural that someone like him be made a member of the Round Table. That decided it. Lily felt her smile pull across her lips after those words. Then I have no reason to reject you. That was all she needed to know, because there was a single reason that she brought Bedivere onto the Round Table, just that one reason. Because that knight truly had more spirit than any of them. Her eyes turned to the servant who watched the proceedings silently. The blonde looked between the two of them. Then offered her a smile and a nod of the head, berserker. I am sorry for intruding between the two of you. No, you are free to join as you wish, sister. The man shook his head from side to side. Any sister of mine is welcome. They were rather quick to declare her a sister, but now that she was closer, she could sense it. The aura of a dragon, which explained why they considered her their sister, clearly threw that single similarity between the two of them. Turning her eyes away from them, she glanced back towards the direction where her master and the others were. No, sorry. I believe I might postpone that for another time. I wandered away without consideration for master and the others. Ah, yes, I have done the same thing. Berserker admitted rather shyly, rubbing the side of their neck and sporting a wry smile, turning their head to look in the same direction she had. But that is no. His sentence ended suddenly. She blinked, looking at them and saying a frozen look upon his features, eyes wide and jaw still parted. Her focus switched back. Bedrick looked across at them with a blank expression, or rather, looked across to a single servant in particular. Do you know one another? Quote dot dot dot. Of a sort. We met only once. A friend. Quote dot dot dot. No. Oh. Oh. Her expression rapidly fell, her eyes slowly turned towards the still silent Bedrick, who watched them with an unblinking gaze, which now held a very different meaning in her eyes. Lucius, no, he lacks the insanity in his eyes. The utterance from her alternate self. A curious case of shared faces, though I doubt it holds significance. Lily wasn't so sure about that, but that was neither here nor there. Though now that she was stood here, surrounded by all these sorts of servants, how useful was she actually going to be? Her eyes turned away from them, then double-talked at the individual she spotted behind the counter of the kitchen. Her legs carried herself towards them rather quickly, a small smile grew on her face until she was all but leaning over it. Gawain. The blonde she called to jerked rather suddenly, his head whipped towards her so fast she could have sworn she heard bone snap. But what was striking was the almost glare he leveled at her for half a second before he seemingly realized who she was, then it lessened into something more like an annoyed frown before vanishing completely. Abandoning whatever they were doing, Gawain moved towards her. Quote dot dot dot. I would prefer you call me Ash. Were the first words out of the mouth of the Gawain lookalike, but it confirmed that they were indeed Gawain. Yet his words gave her pause, her brows furrowed and her head tilted to the side. He remained silent before eventually they saw fit to elaborate further. My life as Gawain is a separate matter from the me standing before you. We are entirely different people and he hesitated for a moment, rolling his jaw before grunting. Your friendship with him should remain limited to him. Just so you do not transfer your shared feelings between us. Lily's smile fell ever so slightly at Ash's words. Oh, I see, I apologize for insulting you then. Ash's expression remained blank. It is not that you insulted me, you were simply not to know. If you do so again, I would be insulted, but that is, never mind. I had thought I sensed a familiar presence. Sensed. She blinked at them. You sensed me. Are you secretly a caster? What? No, Ash paused, then rolled his lips and shook his head. It is more to do with my own nature. Just think of my senses as being above average and leave it as such. Was there something you needed? Because if it was just for the company of Gawain, you will swiftly find yourself disappointed. She remained silent, hiding her despondency over the cutting remarks. Forcing a smile, she stepped away. I merely saw a familiar face and wanted to pass along my greetings and my hopes that we would work well together. Though if you are as you claim, then I would simply introduce myself to you. I know who you are already. Quote dot dot dot. But you claim we have not met before. Quote dot dot dot. No, I suppose not. Ash replied slowly, then straightened himself. Ash of Lothric. Quote dot dot dot. Lily of Camelot. He raised a brow but said nothing, eventually he grunted once and turned his head. Well met then, Lily of Camelot. Are you still fighting for those smiles? She all but blurted out the question, bringing a stiffening movement from the servant, his arms tensed. Ash's green eyes snapped down onto her, but it confirmed that even if they were different, they still remembered their pledge. That understanding the two of them found, or that she and Gawain found when they fought against one another. That shared ideal. Ash remained silent for a few moments, then brought up his arms and folded them. I want to learn the value of a smile before I fight for it. Though, even if I never smile for myself, I am content with the knowledge that others will enjoy their lives. Does that answer your question? Lily felt a more honest smile form on her face. It does. Whether you are Ash or Gawain, if that is what you fight for, then I know I am in good company. Ash's expression dimmed. Quote dot dot dot. I would not speak so certainly about something like that, but I cannot stop you. That sounded rather unsure. Her eyes narrowed ever so slightly at their expression, yet they turned from her before she could inquire further, retreating back into the kitchen and resuming their task as though they had never stepped away from it. Lily pondered whether she was the only one who felt the need to grow. Saber wars. It had started as a simple thing, when all was said and done. Merely being in the presence of her other self and feeling their strength was the catalyst. Furthermore, when it was directly brought up as a means of telling which of the two of them was younger. It went without saying, but having it brought up directly was the issue with it. Maybe it was silly of her to go through all of this simply because of a stray comment that was made, but she could not quite remove it from her mind. Ha! A cry escaped her lips, bringing the sword down through the false skeleton. It cleaved through with only a single instant of resistance before bone shattered and the body crumbled to dust. She pushed through the fleeting remains, thrusting her sword through the next attacker and pulling it across. A spin and another slash, it shifted and rose up into an arc and caught yet another skeleton. In but a few moves, she eradicated the summoned enemies. It was a certain victory, there was no doubt about it, and yet. Her eyes returned to the sword in her grasp, bringing it up and looking down at it. She knew what Caliburn was supposed to be like. While no Excalibur, she had wielded this sword for many years and considered it the weapon she was best suited for. More so than any other blade. That single instant of resistance was something she knew should not have happened. If there was a flaw with the strength of Caliburn, then it was undoubtedly because the fault lied with her. Drawing her lips thin, Lily removed her gaze from the sword and turned across the length of the field once more. The simulated environment brought about the many enemies that Chaldea had thus far encountered, though she knew that these skeletons were without a doubt the lowest ranking they had faced. To have unexpected resistance against enemies of that quality. It was. Shaking her head, she dismissed the thoughts and focused her mind. Please raise the difficulty to level 2. Her words carried out, there was only a short pause before the landscape changed around her, altering its existence until she stood within a town. Though it was not unlike those she had seen during her own time, the craftsmanship of the buildings was a step above. She wondered what manner of place this had been, but that was not for her to debate now. A shrill cry split through the air, her eyes snapped upwards as shadows spread across the sky and dove upon her. A single push launched her back, throwing herself into the shade to be granted a better view of her new enemies. The moment her feet touched the ground, she saw them in greater detail. Thick scaled armor and large leathery wings, bulked torso and menacing eyes. Wyverns. A group of 3 of them, the first one was the closest, a dull reddish tint to its armored scales as it launched itself forwards. Pushing off the ground with a crack of stone and throwing itself at her. Flames burst forth from the back of its throat. She sidestepped the orb of fire, lowering her body and skipping forwards. Another blast of fire surged past her face, she did not allow herself to flinch as she dove forwards and thrust up. Caliburn pierced through the underside of the right wing and pulled upwards. Cleaving through the thin membrane in the joint, the wyvern fell to the ground with a cry. Twisting on her heel, she pulled her sword back and quickly thrust through its neck to end it before it could recover. Swiftly turning her eyes away from the first of the defeated as the remaining 2 launched themselves towards her. A green one and a black one. The green wyvern crashed into the top of a house, thick claws curved through roof tiles and cemented a hold upon it. The mouth opened wide and unleashed a stream of flames down upon her. Lily was already moving before the attack could land, her instincts warned her a moment later and she quickly threw herself to the right without much else. It was the right call, another orb of flames crashed into the ground, coming from right behind her. A swift glance was shot over her shoulder, eyes swinging upwards and quickly catching sight of the black wyvern circling across overhead. Red clay fell upon her, a surprised gasp escaped from the sudden rain of brickwork, a cloud of dust from the rooftop where the green wyvern had been seated upon. She heard the crash and tumble from within the building, then the wall erupted outwards with an explosion of rubble. She pushed herself into a ready position as the wyvern emerged from the heart of the dust. Swinging forwards with all her might, she caught the edge of Caliburn into the curved horn of the wyvern, it threw itself like a battering ram into the attack. She clenched her teeth in her jaw, feeling the strength of the attack in her arms, yet did not dare lose any ground to the beast. Instead, her feet pressed forwards, crunching cobblestone beneath her and pushing right back. A flex of her mana core, strength surged through her body and Caliburn swung forth like a club. The wyvern snapped back the way it had come, launched back into the building and right through it. She watched the body crash through the wall behind and then back out into the street. Thoughts of pursuit ended when a mass slammed into her left side. Her hand flew up, finding a hold on whatever had struck her and pushing back. Her eyes followed suit a second later, narrowing as she stared at the darkened wyvern of earlier, her hand wrapped around the base of its neck. A taloned foot pressed down upon her sword arm and kept it locked there, claws pierced through stone and curled around her wrist with a rather tight grasp. The head thrust for her with jaws open, her free hand climbed up to the neck just behind its jaws and held firm, pushing it away from her and keeping it an arm's length. With a tight frown, she pulled her leg up and pressed against the belly of the wyvern, rolling backwards and pushing it off her. The pair rolled, prying her grip free of the claw. She brought Caliburn up, straddling the wyvern and holding the sword aloft. Still with her hand around its throat, she forced it into the ground and pulled the sword, tip poised above the head of the beast, then thrust down. Flames washed across the side of her body, a faint grunt escaped her as she turned away. Caliburn skated across the scales and into the ground, her eyes caught up with what happened a moment later. It wasn't a kill shot, she missed. The wyvern squirmed and thrashed from beneath her, she grunted as the strength of the wild flailing forced her off the top of the beast, rolling onto her side and away from the wyvern, her head pulled up and then her eyes short wide. Swiftly bringing up the flat of her sword in front of her. The tail of the lizard whipped against her guard, she skated across the ground, dragging grooves with her heels. Light built up in her sword, the blade glowed a dazzling gold as her eyes moved from the wyvern riding itself on the ground to the green one which pushed above the ruins of the house, diving for her with its mouth aglow. Pulling the sword back, she narrowed her gaze. A single thrust would be enough. She stepped forwards and pushed her sword forth, light shot forth from the blade like a spear. At the same instant the wyvern unleashed a stream of flame upon her, but it was much too weak. The light pierced through the cloud of fire with ease and through the owner, engulfing the head with a bright flash of yellow. She dove across in a roll, the corpse slammed into the ground and rolled behind her. She paid barely any focus to the crashes behind her, instead focusing on the enemy that was before her. Drawing her sword and pushing into the air. Hiya! Bringing the sword down with a single smooth chop, this time she did not miss. The blade caught the wyvern right behind its head. With her core infused in her blow, she pushed through the neck of the wyvern with ease. The blade slammed into the ground and cratered it in an instant. Cobblestone crumbled like paper, the edge of the sword passed right the way into the ground. Watching the headless wyvern slump to the ground, the body faded into particles an instant later. Pulling the sword from the ground, she held it by her side and stared at the spot where the body was. Her lips drew thinner as the battle replayed in her mind. Careless mistakes, that is what she had made. She knew that her other selves would never have made such simple errors. Indeed, there was no way in which she could see the King of Knights struggling against the likes of wyverns. In fact, she knew they would have dealt with all of them in such swift manners that they would have never so much as landed a single hit on her. That was the version of herself that she could envisage. Lily lowered her arms, her eyes turned downcast. There was no denying it now. When compared to the other servants across Chaldea, she was weak. Though this only meant she needed to strengthen herself to be able to stand alongside her peers, although there was no telling how long that would take. And time was not something upon her side, nor was it on the side of Chaldea. Her jaw rolled, her head came up and she took in a deep breath. Increased to level 3. The landscape shifted once more. Grasping Caliburn in two hands, she held it aloft and narrowed her eyes as the next batch of enemies appeared before her. Some would call it the intuition of a goddess. Some others would accuse her of merely searching for something to pass the time. Perhaps there was an argument to be made for either case, but in this instance, she supposed it leaned heavily towards the former of the two. Though she would not deny the presence of the latter. Does that mean you can sense something strange, Guinevere Sand? Her thoughts turned to her partner on this small excursion to where her instincts were leading her. Strange would be a rather ugly way of describing it, Mash Senpei. The words rolled from her tongue easily, sparing a glance to the diminutive younger girl and showing her a gentle smile. The effect was as quick as it was noticeable. She allowed her words to settle for a moment before continuing on. You might describe it as interesting. Perhaps akin to finding a single budding flower amidst a field of grass. They blinked at her analogy, but did not look totally confused. rather they furrowed their brows and thought on it. She let them do that, watching patiently as the girl formed a conclusion of her own. It is unusual but not necessarily in a bad way. With a nod of the head, she confirmed the young girl's question. That would be the best way of calling it. I have been struck with a sense of need. Or rather, the intuition of a god that my assistance is required somewhere. Though I shall not deny I am similarly at odds with that feeling. Another thoughtful look from Mash, though quickly replaced with conclusion. Then this means that you think someone in Chaldea might need help. Assistance, or a nudge in the right direction, Mash Senpai. That was all she could really say on the matter. Her eyes turned from the girl and straight ahead, falling upon the door to the simulator and then slowing her pace until she stood directly before it. Bringing her hand up and gently laying a finger upon the single button to open it. The warning of the simulator being active was ignored. She was confident in her capacity to protect herself. This is. Guinevere inclined a brow ever so slightly at their surroundings, her eyes shifted left and right as she looked out over the horizon. They stood upon a rather shallow beach, to her right lay a mangrove and to her left was an expansive ocean. The scents were convincing, but she had experience with illusions. Gwendolyn was better. You know of this illusion, Mash Senpai. Ah, yes. The girl collected herself quickly, losing the initial surprise and thinning her lips. This appears to be a replica of the third singularity. This island would be where we encountered the goddess Artemis. Goddess Artemis, was it? Ah yes, the virgin goddess of the moon. How ironic. She and Gwendolyn had much in common. Was it a particularly difficult battle? She waited for a moment for an answer, receiving a low hum from Mash, an air of hesitance. I think it was because we all worked together with our allies that it passed swiftly, but I believe that if we had not been with the aid of so many strong servants, it might have been a tougher battle. A fair answer, battles could be decided purely by the strength of a single sword arm. Artorias turned the tide of many conflicts with his mere appearance, sometimes he did not even need to do so much as swing his sword. Yet the same was true of the other knights. Their presence could inspire the knights to fight harder than they could ever dream of, purely through appearance alone. Not that Artorias would ever be caught behind the front lines. Rather, he was rushing ahead of everyone else. That desire of his really was troublesome at times. A faint rustling caught her ears, her head turned towards the sound but she otherwise remained unmoved. Even as the front of the woods all but exploded with a cacophony of roars and clashes. She kept herself still and her eyes fixed upon the battle between the young girl, blonde and bearing similarities to the dark-themed knight and rose-colored emperor. Along with the cleric and the captain of the Chaldean guard, now that the thought occurred to her. Rather, bewildering. Clashes between the blonde girl and the attackers continued. The unmistakable form of wyverns, she watched with a raised brow but did nothing. It was a hard-fought battle. Yet there was an air of frustration from the knight as they fought, she could see as much with the swing of their sword. They clashed claw and steel, a confrontation that lasted until light exploded forth from the blade, not a great deal, but enough to shunt the wyvern away from them. The blonde stepped forwards, unleashing a battle cry as she cleaved the wyvern from shoulder to tail with a swing of the blade. Guinevere saw the problem already. The others did as well, as with the blade still lodged into the wyvern's corpse, they pounced upon the girl from either side. The sword twisted, swept across and the girl spun on her heel and slashed through them in a circular motion. Dispatching both attackers rather quickly, but she had seen the delay with the attack and more than that, the entire affair took much longer than it really needed to. Attacking the center opponent was always a risky move, especially if you could not dispatch them before the ones on your flanks could recover. It was the end of the battle, perhaps a long one if the winded look on the face of the girl gave her any indication. It begged the question of how long she had been fighting for. Ah, that is Artoria Lily. Artoria Lily. Lily, yes, she could understand that part of the name rather well. The spin she did gave quite the impression. But that was beside the point, their youth shined brighter than her peers. Rather, it was clear to her that they were very much the age they appeared to be. Perhaps that was why her intuition had brought her here, there was clearly a need for an intervention. With a smile upon her lips, she turned her focus down towards Mash. Well then, perhaps we should see if we cannot offer some words of encouragement to Lily for such a battle. She is clearly trying her hardest. She started moving before Mash could offer words, but there was little need for such speed in the first place. The girl gave her assent in the form of a single yes and then quickly joined step with them. The two of them approached the saber servant at a rather idle pace. There was no need to rush in the first place. It gave her time to watch over everything. The frustration was apparent. She had seen such things before, many times before. There was a simple deduction to be made from watching that battle unfurl. They wanted to be stronger. It was not longer before the saber turned their gaze onto the pair of them. A quick flash of surprise crossed their features, indicating just how caught up in the battle they had been, a common mistake for those without much experience. Yet she had seen the state of the girls' future selves, so it was an odd thing that they were at such a state. Forgive me for the sudden intrusion, though I felt it best to approach you after such a battle. It appeared hard fought. She avoided direct praise. Lily quickly collected themselves, offering a single confirming nod of the head. It was difficult, I suppose. Though I would be surprised if Chaldea did not fight such battles. I heard this one was based off a previous encounter. Indeed. Mash stepped forwards. Though we did not fight it all by ourselves at the time, it's actually incredible that you did, Lily-san. The blonde remained silent, offering a light smile to Mash but saying nothing. That was indeed something they knew, but there was more to it. Rather, they knew they should have been capable of this much. Yet there was undoubtedly the strain of the battle that caused her such anxiety. It explained the urge with each blow and the dissatisfied expression. Yes, that was it. Her older self would not have struggled. You stand here victorious and yet it does not quite have the pleasing taste one would expect. Guinevere slowly spoke, gesturing towards the direction they had come from and where the false wyverns had been felled. And I do not believe it is because these creatures are without true life. Lily offered a light wince, then opened her mouth to reply. But before all of that, perhaps we should introduce ourselves to one another. Bowing her head lightly, she looked down at the young girl with a gentle expression. I am Guinevere, goddess of fertility and bounty. Ah, yes. I am Artoria Lily. They responded quickly, a rather picturesque curtsy, if only a little clumsy, but that was excusable. A pleasure to meet you as well, goddess. It is a rather large surprise to meet so many divine spirits, not that I am troubled by it, but I never expected to have the chance. Was that so? Ah, yes, she supposed it would be. I trust that you and Mash Senpai know one another well, yes. She inclined a brow, gesturing down to the lilac-haired girl. At the nod of Lily, she drew her hand back. As I thought. Though it returns to the matter at hand, you seem so dissatisfied that I could not help but find myself curious. Is there some flaw with these opponents you battle? A complicated expression came over the face of the saber. I would not so much call it a flaw in my opponents, rather, they served their purpose quite well. I am told they are equal in skill and strength to those Chaldea fought in the past, but the flaw is instead. You speak of this so certainly. Not waiting to hear the words, she pressured onwards, drawing the eyes of the girl. Yet the certainty with which you speak means that you have pondered this issue for some time. Lily offered a wry look. Is this the wisdom of the gods that I have heard so much about? Oh, I would say this is the wisdom of experience over the matter of the gods. She smoothly replied to the young girl, glancing at her sword arm. I suspect any other warrior would have taken notice when you swung your blade. A drive within it to be stronger, perhaps it is that your mind has grown faster than your body. That is, not entirely wrong. With a sigh, they straightened themselves out. I have tested myself against the common foes that Chaldea has faced thus far and I can say with certainty I can best them. That alone is not the issue, but rather, I believe I am struggling too much with enemies such as these. I gaze around me to the other servants who fight and then to myself and I fear that I am the one being left behind by them. She knew this problem well enough, the common issue of those who arrived late to see their peers leaps and bounds ahead of them. You do. However, the reaction from Mash was worth bearing note of. The girl stepped forwards and sounded rather taken aback by the words of Lily, almost as though she herself did not believe what she was truly hearing. But, you are, why would you feel like that, Lily-san? I admit that Chaldea has some incredible servants, but you're definitely one of them. Mash, a girl with a heart for compliments. Yet sometimes words of kindness could wound deepest. That is, not true, Mash. Lily's forlorn expression was proof of that, though they did look understanding. I am someone who could have become such a servant, but at the point I was summoned, I have not reached that stage. I know when I hold Caliburn that even my other self that is slightly scary to look at would probably generate more power. I am indeed Arthur Pendragon, but I am not the King of Knights. They offered a smile. I am simply the person they were before they grew up. Guinevere saw such things in them, the potential was beautiful and she saw what such potential yielded. The person who found and trained them surely had a keen eye for such things. She wondered what manner of person they would have been. Was it mere luck they found her, or was it by design? Either way, they made the right choice. But standing before her now was that potential, frozen in the single moment before it was realized. They were a servant, a transient being. But such was the same of all things. Perhaps they would never reach their potential akin to their older self, but that did not mean that doing nothing was a choice. After all, she would never let such fine material slip through her grasp if she could help it. Perhaps that is true, yet if you believed it to be such a futile task as to never realize that strength, you would not be working to better yourself. Her words brought silence between them. The pair turned on her. I believe that despite that understanding you have found, there remains the desire to improve upon one's own self. So long as there is something to learn, then you are never complete, as it were. Indeed, you are not a complete being as the King of Knights, but that shows the manner in which you can grow, and you accept that, do you not? Silence, then Lily gave a single determined nod. I will not deny your words, rather they are true. I am absolutely going to keep trying my hardest until I can offer something of value to my master. Even if I know I shall never be comparable to my peers, there is no reason that I cannot do my absolute best to ensure that I am useful. The words were completed, but not by Lily, rather, it was Mash that ended them for her. Lily turned to the girl with wide eyes. It was a single moment of silence that passed between them, yet Guinevere could see the link form in real time. The shared understanding between the two of them. I understand, Lily-san. Mash stepped forwards, standing before the girl and placing a hand over her own heart. I myself am an immature demi-servant. I know that I am not at all like the other servants, rather, I know how amazing all of them are. With my own noble phantasm not even a true one, those feelings of not being good enough. Mash, that isn't true. Lily sternly defended the girl. You're an incredible shielder. I've heard all about how tough you were on the front lines and if it had just been me, then Senpei would never have gotten so far. Mash shut them down swiftly, shaking their head from side to side. I know from the very beginning that it has been the support of other servants that have allowed me to keep pace with Senpei. Even more so when some. She turned her head, gazing across the false ocean. There was a servant called Sir Oscar in this singularity. Her words contained a solemn note to them. I do not know why, but he believed in me until the very end. Yet even when he called himself a weak servant, he was stronger than I was. He used his own noble phantasm on me so that I could be better for Senpei. I know that it was his own wishes to keep us going that kept me in the fight. Mash, that is. Therefore, I know how it feels, so I shall do everything I can. Know we will all do whatever we can to train until we can be the very best. The girl declared as though someone set a fire beneath her. Guinevere pulled her lips into a light smile, watching the passion radiate from the girl with each word. They stepped forwards and extended a hand towards the saber servant. So then, let us train together. I know that if you are given the opportunity, you will make for an incredible servant that will almost certainly be one of the front-liners for Senpei. Lily said nothing in response to the declaration, at least not initially. Then they stepped forwards and clasped Mash's hand into their own, pulling their own confident smile. The same goes for you, Mash. I know that you are definitely the toughest servant around to have come so far, but if all we need is to train together, then we shall do just that." Guinevere supposed she should say something. Coughing gently into her fist, the two young ones jolted slightly and then quickly turned towards her. Equal looks of embarrassment formed on their faces as they realized quite how far they had been going with these remarks of theirs. Sorry, Guinevere-san. I forgot that you were there for a moment." Mash apologized. She only chuckled at the two of them. "Oh, do not say such a thing. Rather, I should be thanking you for letting me see such a splendid sight. The drive you both have to improve is a beautiful thing to behold. It makes me all the more excited to see what you shall become once all is said and done." Inclining her head, her smile grew just a touch wider, her eyes shifted onto Lily. "And it might be forwards of me to say such things, but I have a history of training swordsmen of great renown. If you will excuse the boast, I believe that if it is training for betterment that you seek, then I would be more than willing to provide you with some that these soulless illusions cannot match." Lily rolled her lips, then stepped forwards. "If you're willing to help me, then I accept your help." "Wonderful." Clapping her hands gently, she glanced between the two of them. "I believe that our first order of business should be stepping foot upon real earth and ground. This hollow place is hardly suitable for training, is it? How can one be excited for the future if the land is unchanging?" Though her words did not quite resonate with Lily, she was not sure the girl understood what she meant. The flicker of understanding passed through the eyes of Mash. "Guinevere-san is right, Lily-san. We must strike while the iron is still hot." The girl swiftly turned on her new ally and pressed her fist into her hand. "We should head to Senpei and then request a ray shift right down for the sake of training. I can only really afford to use my powers during ray shifts anyway." That makes sense." Lily nodded along, then paused and turned her head. "But doesn't it seem rather sudden to request a ray shift when there isn't a need? Senpei will understand that there is a very strong need for this, Lily-san." Ritsuka was tired. It was early in the morning, or really late at night, one of the two. He wasn't all that sure. All he was really aware of was something knocking on his door loud enough that they could probably wake the dead. Actually, it would probably be best if he didn't say that. Slipping out of the bed, he moved for the door while rubbing his eyes. Though it did feel as though there was something heavy on his head, or rather like his hair was heavier than usual, if that even made sense to him. Though all things considered, it probably didn't matter all that much. Pressing the button on the door, he leaned back and squinted as the blurry shapes in front of him shifted and focused into the distinctive figures of Mash, Artoria, Lily and Guinevere. The final of which was a bit peculiar. His eyes lingered on Guinevere for a moment longer than the others, keeping himself a little wary about her being in the presence of the other two, then directed his attention towards them and looked between them. Before he could even open his mouth, he noticed that their attention was not actually on him. No, that wasn't quite true. They were looking at him, but not at his eyes. Rather, they were looking at something that seemed to be on his head. A stray thought entered his mind. Reaching up, he placed his hand atop his head and quickly noticed that it was much softer than usual. Also, his hair typically didn't make an annoyed groaning sound when he touched it either. His features flattened, then he cupped his hand around the mass as gently as he could before pulling it off. Lowering it down, and with it the gazes of the three at his door. Fu was flopped out in his palm, tossing over and all but lounging like a king, giving no indication that they had moved at all from the top of his head. Rather, he was a bit shocked they had maintained their grip on his head all while he had been getting up. That was a little weird. With the small animal cupped in his hand, he gave a single sniff and raised his eyes to the others. Best to just act like nothing was out of the ordinary. I'm a bit surprised to see all of you here this early. Mash opened her mouth to speak. An initial look of determination on her face was swiftly washed away with confusion. Her brows furrowed and her single visible eye shone with confusion. Early, senpai. But it's 9 in the morning. It was what? Huh. No, that can't be right. My alarm should have. Bringing up a single finger to the group, he turned around and walked back across towards his bed. or specifically to the bedside table where his alarm clock resided, though he quickly noticed something that he had missed earlier. That being the small knot of paper laying atop the alarm clock. Ritska, I thought you could do with a lie today because you looked really at peace, Gwendolyn. That guy, honestly. He couldn't even be mad, he did feel a bit more well-rested than usual. I see you have managed to awaken a doting nature about Gwendolyn, how intriguing. I wasn't aware that he held such feelings. The innocuous comment from Guinevere brought a light grunt from him. With a shrug of his shoulders, he set the note back down and turned about. Walking towards the door. Thankful he was dressed in a shirt and shorts. Always helped given how often people came to his door. Yes, well, Gwendolyn has a lot of things that are surprising. Was what he replied with. He could have made a comment about it but kept himself back. There was no reason to avoid being civil. His eyes darted to the goddess briefly and then to the others. Okay, so my oversleeping aside, is there something the matter? Mash swiftly brought the determination back into her gaze. Senpai, we need to immediately reshift. Ritska jerked backwards, almost dropping Fu. Immediately reshift. Is it another singularity? Please tell me I didn't oversleep through. Ah, no. It's not a singularity, senpai. The roles were reversed rather swiftly. He felt his own panic fade while Masha's visibly rose, combined with the clear guilt on her expression as she lowered her waving arms. I didn't mean to phrase it like that. What I meant to say was that I would like to request we go on a reshift as soon as possible. Oh, so that was what she meant. That was a bit of a relief that he hadn't slept through something really important, though his mind now turned to the idea of what could be so important for her to request a reshift like this all of a sudden. Are we low on supplies or something? Mash quickly shook her head. No, senpai. Sigward was very thorough with the last invoice and we have enough supplies to last through the end of the month. This is more in regards to training for myself and Lily-san. Training. His brows slowly pinched. Is there something wrong with the simulator? A light click of the tongue, almost sounding amused, his gaze turned to the tallest of the trio and the slightly rebuking gaze she was directing towards him. Guinevere shook her head from side to side. You cannot truly expect an individual to make progress of worth in such a lifeless environment, can you? The other servants seemed to manage without complaints, but it wasn't that he was against the idea. I'm just asking because we're probably going to be asked why we suddenly need to go down for a reshift when the simulator still works. He argued back rather evenly. I'm not sure how willing the director would be to accept the reasoning in lines of, it's not real. None of them looked as though they had been put off at all. Rather, Mash looked even more determined than before. This is a matter of utmost importance, senpai. For the sake of training to be better servants, it is imperative that we head down to a micro-singularity. He'd never heard Mash argue so passionately for something before. A little caught off guard, he leaned back and stared at her, then shifted his gaze towards Lily and saw the equally determined expression on her face. Not long in waiting, she stepped forwards and pointed towards Mash. I concur, it is of vital importance that myself and Mash have the best opportunity to train as hard as we can, until we can train no longer. Never mind Mash being passionate, he felt like he was getting jumped by an advert for a gym or something. All right then. Really, he wasn't sure what was even going on, but if they felt this strongly about it, then it was only natural that he do his best to see their request through. His eyes turned upwards towards the goddess and lingered upon her, then rolled his jaw. I don't suppose you're following them for the sake of rigorous training either, are you? Guinevere offered a faint smile, as though amused by his words. No. Merely that I am lending my aid where I might for those with such bountiful potential. It would be a waste if not cultivated, would you not agree? Seriously. He kept his expression utterly blank. Cultivated. His words were flat. By you. Guinevere raised a brow. Whom else would I speak of? He was just picturing her last known effort to cultivate someone. You'll forgive me if I'm not eager to. Senpai. The words of Mash brought his eyes to the girl. She stepped forwards and dropped her voice into a low whisper. It was Guinevere-san who noticed something was the matter with Lily-san. I think she does genuinely want to help. Ritsuka met the single visible eye for a few moments, it kept an unwavering gaze upon him. Really, if she spoke that confidently, then he would take her word for it. Turning back to Guinevere, he offered a light hum. All right then, if Mash trusts you then I will do the same. It went without saying that it was mostly because of Mash that he was letting it go this far. He was trying to keep an open mind about letting her be here, but this was a big step forward. Give me a moment and then we'll head to the command room. The director will probably need to be convinced. And that was something that he was sure was going to be difficult. Very well, assemble your team as quickly as possible. I will be down there to join you shortly as well. Or perhaps not. What? The director said nothing, not even looking at him, as she loomed over the console and all but ignored the stares around her. Eventually bringing her head up and turning about, frowning at the expressions and looking towards him. What are you standing there with that gobsmacked face for? You look like a buffoon. You said yes. They raised a brow, clearly asking for an elaboration. No, I mean you, I'm happy you said yet but I was expecting a bit more pushback. Silence stretched between them, then the director gave a light sigh. If it is for the sake of training, a short excursion can be excused. Besides, it removes the dangers of the ray-shifting equipment experiencing unexpected errors like spontaneous emergence in the air. Furthermore, any micro-singularity we solve is one that we no longer need worry about. He supposed that was true, but he was expecting some sort of argument about all of it. More than that, there was something else. Okay, but what about you coming down with us? The director folded her arms and raised a brow. Why is that troubling you? Are you accusing me of being? No, just, Ritsuka brought his hands up, covering his face and then sighing into his palms. Dragging them down and giving a strained smile. I mean, I thought you would have said we could just do this in the simulator or that you would have remained behind to assess our progress. A nod of the head. Indeed, those are sensible arguments. Though you are ignoring a single flaw. He was. I am. Yes. She stepped forwards, leveling him with the flattest stare possible. The capacity for your short excursions to quickly spiral out of control. Ah. Oh. He simply replied, then cringed. Ooh. The flat stare continued. Yes. Oh. Though they are not common, they happen enough for me to consider it a regular occurrence. Either you are cursed with unfortunate luck or we are ill-prepared. Whatever the case, even micro-singularities such as these will be approached with a degree of caution. As such, I will be deciding to accompany you on this specific venture. Ritsuka stared at her, then turned towards Romani. The man just gave a helpless shrug of his shoulders. Do not look at me, Fujimaru-kun. I was expecting her to say no as well. The woman twitched, then sent a sharp look towards the man. Is the expectation around here that I will simply shoot down every suggestion that is brought to me? Ritsuka wouldn't say that. Just that she seemed very meticulous about doing things. Besides, if it is for the purpose of training, then it is beneficial for Mash to gather more field experience. Though she has already gathered much, there is little harm in acquiring more against living foes, and I myself could likely do with greater experience of commanding in the field. The director thought that. He was a bit shocked, if he was being honest. But he wasn't going to complain all that much. Okay then, I'll see you down there. Good. The director nodded her head. Myself and Marie will be along shortly. He blinked. Just Marie. Yes, she is the one most in need of riding horseback as a lancer. The director responded as though it was the most obvious point in the world. Well, all right then. Perhaps it would have been better for him to explain at the time who was coming down with him along with Mash and Lily, but it slipped his mind. He didn't see it being too big of a problem. At least until he got to the coffins and found another individual already present, crouched over one of them and staring down at it with a rather intense gaze. Ash. The Avenger turned their head, humming as they did so and broke contact with the coffin. As far as Ritsuka knew, it was one of the ones that currently housed members of Team A, though quite why Ash was looming over them was anyone's guess. Oh, Ritsuka. With the simple greeting, they rose up from their crouched position and then paused, casting their eyes away from him and to those currently behind him. He watched their expression warily, fully aware that things could shift at any moment. Indeed, he caught the exact instant that the Avenger made eye contact with Guinevere. It did not last long before they turned their gaze back onto him. "Are you preparing to head somewhere?" He nodded his head slowly. "Yeah, just on a training mission. The director will be down shortly to accompany us as well." Trailing off, he turned his gaze to where the blonde had been looking and raised a brow at them, glancing between the two different locations for a couple of seconds before speaking again. "What were you doing?" "Nothing important," they replied after a moment of silence. Their face betrayed nothing. "I was just curious about them, I suppose, who was housed in that coffin." He had no idea. "Ah, I believe that was Ophelia-san," Mash supplied as she joined him, already moving to her own prepared coffin. The girl slowed her pace as she glanced to the spot with a slightly hesitant look, then towards the Avenger. "Why do you ask, Ash-san?" "Ophelia," they muttered, glancing at it, and for the briefest of seconds, he saw a hint of confusion over their expression. Though it did not last long before it evened out into nothing once again. Their blank gaze turned back to him. "No reason. Still, a training mission is it. I shall accompany you then." Ritsuka blinked, then brought his hands up. "Ah, you don't need to." Ash was already walking towards him, without an ounce of emotion in their features. "I believe it would be best that I did so. Besides, if it is the matter of training, I can provide combatants for you to battle against. There is little concern in the matter, and I believe that further training with this reality marble of mine would be best to understand the full extent of its abilities in an environment that is safer." When they put it like that, he could not really argue. However, that wasn't the issue. Sparing a glance over his shoulder, he gazed briefly to Guinevere and then darted his attention back towards Ash. Moving forwards and dropping his voice into a whisper. "That isn't really. Are you under the impression that it would be best for me to hide away and skulk whenever Mother's shadow darkens my gaze?" He winced, both at their tone and at their words. "That wasn't, I just don't want you to be in a position where you are uncomfortable. My comfort matters little when placed against your safety." They cut him short, looking down with slightly narrowed eyes. Though they were not so much narrowed at him as they were at something else. "Rather, I would feel more at ease if you were in my line of sight to begin with." He thinned his lips, then nodded his head. "All right then, if you say so. Just don't push yourself, all right? There is no point if I am not pushing myself." They responded quickly, folding their arms and turning their gaze from him. The ray shift went without incident, no visible signs of bugs or anything of the sort. And he did not manifest hundreds of feet in the air, which was always a bonus. It seems as though this particular arrival is without concern. The voice of the director came out somewhat clipped. He saw her shooting a rather pointed look in the vague location of Guinevere before her eyes returned to gaze at him, showing a small level of discontent about the whole thing. He supposed that was expected. "Yes, no skydiving today." He chuckled back to her, said chuckle quickly fading away into nothing the longer she stared at him with a dead-eyed gaze. He rolled his lips and looked down towards the ground. It was only a moment before he turned to Mash. "All right, it's your show, Mash. So you and Lily can train how you want." Mash blinked at him, looking somewhat surprised for a moment by his words, though her expression quickly brightened and she gave a single nod of the head. "Yes, senpai." She turned to Lily and moved forwards. "Come on, Lily-san. Let's see what Guinevere-san has in mind." With that done, the two of them moved off to the goddess, who was a few feet away from them and otherwise doing little more than standing around. "I would have appreciated a warning that you were taking her." He blew air out from between his lips. "I mean, I guess, but it was more or less Mash and Lily that talked me into it. From the way it sounds, it was originally Mash's idea to come out here in the first place." Olga made a small noise. "That is how it appears. I am far from inclined to believe that the goddess played no part of it, and how can you stand there and let them speak on such close terms with one another? Especially with Kyrillite. A light tut came from the side. Marie stepped forwards and rested a hand delicately on the shoulder of the director. That's being overly paranoid, Olga. You're allowed to be concerned, but if you can't trust them with the little things like this, then trusting them with the lives of others is going to be impossible. She shouldn't be trusted at all. Olga muttered out with a grim tone, making a face as though she had sucked a lemon. She's only even here because she does not want to die. Yeah, but none of us want to die. Ritska pointed out. It was a half-hearted defense of the goddess and one that barely came out of him. But it felt like a weak point to argue against trusting her with. She's done bits and pieces to help out and she at least helps when asked to. Mash asked me to have a little faith so I'll do that. Olga turned and looked at him, her expression all but screamed incredulity at his words. What was he really supposed to say to all of that in the first place? He found it unsettling as well, but it wasn't like he could foster a genuine working relationship with the goddess in any meaningful way if he followed her steps like a vulture and hounded her every single time she engaged into a conversation. Whatever was the case here, both Lily and Mash seemed to consider Guinevere someone who could help them for whatever reason. If their efforts proved genuine, he would have little problems with it. Are you going to say anything? The words of the director shifted focus, now pointed towards another individual. Ritska turned his head. Ash was already moving away from them and up a small hill to a tree. The servant paused, sensing the question, then turned their head and looked over their right shoulder. They gazed down for a half-second, before speaking slowly. My opinion regarding her cannot be trusted. I am biased in both directions. He winced. They turned back around and climbed back to the top of the hill and into the shade of the tree. Leaning against the trunk and folding their arms together, looking down and doing nothing else. Half an hour he had been watching them. Half an hour they trained. If that is what they called it, but then again, they could afford to have their training taken lightly. He knew that his mother had done something to the sword and shield of Lily and Mash respectively, given that the pair of them looked to be putting a great deal more effort into their swings and thrusts. Shifting the weights to make them heavier, was it. He was familiar with it, he had gone through something similar. And then there she was, standing at the side and watching over them with a loving smile. He swiftly turned his head from the sight and towards the others, Marie and Olga practicing something. Rather, he was surprised to see Olga practicing the art of swinging an axe back and forth. Though he knew it was in relation to passing the memories of combat to Stahl, it was still something he had not expected her to do. She seemed focused on it at any rate. Do you think I should work out as well for the sake of solidarity? You can do as you wish. It just feels a bit guilty, they're all working hard while I'm sitting here under a tree in the shade. Ash glanced down at them, it was only for a moment and then brought his eyes back up. Do you want to learn how to shoot a bow and arrow? Ritska slowly turned their eyes up to meet his, blinking several times before they tilted their head. I don't know. I'm not sure when I would get the chance to use it, but if you're willing to teach me then yeah, that sounds alright actually. Standing up, the boy turned around to face him with a smile on their face. Sure. It's good for arm strength or something, isn't it? I'm sure that Arash would be pretty happy about me trying to compete with him as well, then again, I don't think I'd be nearly as good. Ash just shrugged, reaching towards his bottomless box and drawing forth a shortbow with a pouch of arrows, handing them to the boy and stepping to the side. Folding his arms once done and watching them. Knock the arrow. I've never done this before. Okay, I'll probably get this wrong but alright. Ritska muttered, sliding the arrow into the string and then drawing it back. He saw the faintest hint of strain on their expression as they did so, but it wasn't as bad as he was thinking it could have been. Then again, the shortbow was meant for rapid use, so it wasn't drawn as tightly as others. But he saw the problem quickly. Your feet are wrong. Ritska blinked, then turned to him. Ash swiftly took that arrow from the boy and then pointed down. You're standing sideways and cutting off your strength. You need to lean this foot forwards. He pressed his boot against their left foot and dragged it forwards slightly, and turned it side on. Stomp down hard, like an anchor. Ritska glanced at it for a moment, then did as they were told. It was not the greatest, admittedly, but it was a start. Better than before. We'll just work on drawing the string, else Boudica will become annoyed if you become injured. As will Olga. Ritska offered a light smile but said nothing, understanding the problem. Draw back. They did that. Pull your elbow up, so that it aligns with your jaw, angle the bow slightly to accomplish this. He watched, humming along. 1 above, 2 below. Their fingers adjusted. Loose. The string snapped forwards with a light whoosh. Ritska blinked, then turned to Ash. How was that? Good enough. Though the idea is to make sure you understand the feel of the string and working out how far you can draw back reliably. Push with your front arm at the same time you pull with your back. Repeat this several more times, then you will get an arrow. This is oddly relaxing. Was it? He had never found that to be the case, though this was the first time he had done something like this without having to worry about a large monster or undead knight running him down because he was too slow on the draw. Perhaps that was the difference between them, but that was neither here nor there. Relaxing, was it? Well, Ritska looked to be enjoying themselves at least, and they had not yet even loosened a single arrow. Here. He handed them a single arrow from the pouch. Lock it in place, 3 feathers with 1 pointed away from the boy to avoid catching it. Draw, aim and then loose. Feel like we could do with a target. Ritska chuckled lightly as they knocked the arrow in place. Focus on firing the arrow before you worry about aiming it. It was training, that much she knew. The purpose was clear in her heart. To swing the weighted sword, caliburn that was far heavier than she ever recalled it being, so many times until she could swing the blade as if it weighed nothing at all. For that reason she was grateful for the training and knew it would pay off. Though she was a servant and her natural strength would never change, it was the mentality. Growing accustomed to the weight of something. Perhaps there might have even been a mental factor to it all, casting aside her doubts and swinging her sword without worries into whether it would be swung true or not. Yet all she could think upon was the support she was receiving. It was a cynical thing, really. But it was there. All of this helped just so she could walk shoulder to shoulder with the others, going so far just for her. She should be grateful to them for all of this assistance, but the doubts did not leave her mind. Rather, she understood from the very beginning what her existence was. It was not as though she was the authentic version, rather she was born of the what if during her training period. A mixture of her life while in training and also what she would have been like in the eyes of those of Britain. When she looked upon it such as that, she could feel more doubts flood her being. Was she this weak because she was a phantom existence, or was she a phantom existence because she was this weak? Whatever the case might have been, she was unsure whether this doubt would ever be removed, yet the thought of bringing disappointment to the face of MASH after they had expressed their own concern felt as though it would be a betrayal of them. Which meant that for the sake of their alliance, she would push through. Her only hope was that these doubts would eventually be removed. 1000. She declared, swinging her sword a final time and lowering her arms. Turning her attention towards the silent goddess as they watched on, their eyes were similar to those of Merlin, she found. They watched on with a sense of knowing, as if they were aware of something that you yourself were not. Though they at least lacked the eerie teasing of Merlin when it came to that sort of thing. Their hand moved up and cupped their chin, watching her without making a single noise. How fare your arms, young one? They're still good to go. Nodding their head, they gently clapped their hands together. Then it seems as though the two of you would be best off putting that to further use. In such a way that you can benefit at the same time. Lily, if you could practice striking Mash's shield while she blocks, does that sound acceptable to the two of you? Lily blinked, then glanced at Mash, who just stopped her own swinging of her shield, turning towards her and blinking once, then to Guinevere. Worry not, I shall be there in the event either of you becomes injured, though I doubt it will come to such things. She had heard how skilled the goddess was at healing. She raised her hand. Will Caliburn still be heavy? Naturally. Though this shall be further weighted. They turned to her and waved their hands slightly. Instantly she had to clasp the sword with both hands and pull upon more of her magical energy to hold the weapon aloft. You will swing to catch out Mash and she will swing to block you. It is a matter of taking advantage of openings between the two of you. Do your best. They smiled lightly and stepped backwards. A brief pause, they clapped their hands together with a golden circle shining beneath them, and the next moment she felt an aura sweep across her. A sense of strength, flexing her hands opened and closed and turning to the goddess as they unclasped their hands. Just think of it as additional protection in the event of any accidents. Lily nodded her head, then turned to Mash with only a single moment of hesitance. Are you ready, Mash? Yes, come at me, Lily-san. When faced with such determination, she could hardly turn them down, could she? Especially when they were wielding that shield. She took a single step forwards. A crack of thunder roared above her head, her eyes snapped up and she managed to catch herself before falling over. Her gaze turned to the sky, then widened as she watched a fall of fire streak through the clear blue expanse above their heads. A trail of black smoke fell from behind the burning orb. It then did something a meteor wasn't supposed to do. It turned in the air, twisting and then seemingly spiraling downwards closer and closer towards them. Lily blinked and straightened herself out, raising a brow at the rather odd sight. Most of all when the flames abruptly vanished from the meteor and revealed a shining silver body behind it, pointed like an arrow with wings jutting from either side of the shape, barely able to make out the blue and yellow X pattern across the front out it and the bulbous glass dome mounted on the side. It was the most funnily designed meteor she had ever seen in her life. More so when its descent slowed down to a rather impressive extent, though it still ended up crashing into the ground a good 100 meters from them, carving a groove through the dirt and forming a crater with the nose of the meteor stuck inside. Her head tilted. She couldn't sense any radiation or toxic chemicals, so really, she thought this was a good thing. What in the bloody hell is that? The voice of the white-haired master carried through the initial silence following the crash. Perhaps this was a touch more alarming than she thought. Saber Wars. 2. The bow slipped from his hands and dropped to the floor. Ritsuka stared uncomprehendingly at the rather impossible image. Or at least, he used to think that it was impossible, but as he looked at it now, the only thing that he could honestly think of was that it was improbable. Given that it was literally sitting right in front of him. It fell from the sky and landed in front of him. His feet wavered for a moment, his body rocked back and forth as he tried to keep his balance, barely aware of the shriek from the director as his own mind was currently running races to try and form some sort of logical answer to what he was seeing. Traveling through time. Sure. People coming back from the dead as ghosts. All right. An entirely different world colliding with their own. Okay then. A spaceship crashing in medieval France. Nah. What the hell? Raising a shaky finger, he pointed towards the crashed vessel and kept his eyes firmly planted on it. Unsure if he was hallucinating or if this was something that was genuinely existing in front of him. He could not tell for the life of him, but that was neither here nor there. Am I seeing this? Do you refer to the metal thing that fell from the sky? Yes, I can see it as well. Ash's voice lacked any and all emotion to it, speaking as though they were reading from a script. Ah, all right, I was just curious if I was seeing things. We all see things, Ritsuka. That is how eyes work. They strode past him, moving down the hill. When you stop seeing things, that is when you should be concerned. Without prompt they then proceeded to draw out their sword and mount it on their shoulder, marching in the direction of the spacecraft with the rather obvious intention of going looking for a fight. Or at least, that is how it would probably look to whatever alien life form came tumbling out of the rather comical-looking spaceship. It took Ritsuka's brain a couple of seconds to catch up. When it did, he made a rather loud gasping noise and then took off after the servant. Waving his hands and shouting after them. Wait, Ash. You can't just run up to a spaceship with your sword drawn like that. What if they think you're being hostile? What if they turn out to be hostile? They will if you come at them swinging a burning sword from side to side. It's not currently on fire. That's not the point. Their argument might have gone on for a little longer had they not been interrupted. Absolutely not. Neither of the pair managed to get that far before the director all but slid to a halt in front of them, stumbling in from the side and throwing her arms up to block them. Gaze darting between the two of them for several seconds as she panted rather heavily, a somewhat crazed look in her eyes before she whipped around and pointed towards the craft. Absolutely no one is going near that whatever that is, she announced with all the authority that she could muster. Understand? As of right now, I am raising the value of this singularity until we can determine what it is. Clearly it's the noble phantasm of an as of yet unnamed servant or some sort of construct. I mean, Ritska quietly interrupted her, she whipped around and looked him in the eye. It looks like a spaceship to me. The woman rolled her jaw, straightening out and closing her eyes, there was a certain air of agitation about her. That's likely just some sort of design choice. Akin to dealing with some manner of eccentric like that of Da Vinci. It would likely explain why this singularity exists in the first place. Some servant is using this singularity to build whatever they damn well please. I think it looks sort of cute. They turned to the speaker. Marie sat upon her glass horse, long spear held across her shoulders and a placid smile on their lips. In a sort of runabout way. The simple nature of it is kind of charming, though I'm a little troubled that it crashed. Do you suppose there was anyone inside of it? That was probably a question worth asking. Even from the distance they were at, it looked as though there was a glass windscreen or bubble or whatever you called the viewport that someone would look out of. Rather, it was a bit like a child's drawing come to life. But that didn't make it any less impressive. If there is someone inside it, then that makes this all the simpler to deal with. Olga stated with a shake of the head, quickly turning back to face the rocket and folding their arms. For the time being, we should form a perimeter around it before proceeding closer. Being careless around a servant who can create something like that is hardly a wise course of action, and if it is some manner of noble phantasm, then I would assume it has a function beyond just crashing into the ground. Senpei. The call of Mash was accompanied by the rush of footsteps. He turned around to see her moving towards him, eyes switching between himself and the rocket ship. A clear look of disbelief on her face. We saw the crash, but is that really? It's aliens, Mash. No it's not. Olga snapped at him, though he couldn't quite help the little giggle he let out. All of which served to incense her further. And stop laughing about that. Extraterrestrial life forms are not some joking matter, they would be entities that do not conform to the common sense of man. Either being rejected by the world, in which case we would be swarmed with counter-guardians at any moment, or they would not even be able to approach the planet. Ritska held up his hands in faux surrender. Alright, so it's not aliens, but it's a weird shenanigan all the same. Is it weird? He double-talked at the speaker. Lily merely looked somewhat puzzled at all of them. Is it huh? A spaceship just crashed in the middle of France during the 1400s. Why wouldn't that be weird? Well, Lily offered an abashed smile, moving a hand up and scratching the underside of her chin. Some of my knowledge from my other self during my time in training was pretty strange. There was a lot of odd stuff that happened when I wasn't around Merlin or Kay. They never believed me, but this isn't that far from that. He had no idea how to respond to that. Silently, he brought up a hand and jerked a thumb towards the direction of the rocket. So this happens, but because Britain was so weird during your time, it doesn't even come close to the top 10 odd encounters. I wouldn't say that, Lily hesitantly replied, but he could see that from the strained expression, he hit right on the money. Definitely in the top 20. Ah, top 20, she says. He turned to Mash and smiled genially. Fortunately she looked similarly baffled by the words of the saber as the two of them turned back to the rocket. What about you Ash, ever seen anything as weird as this? The blonde said nothing for several seconds. Still looking at the rocket. I once engaged in a trade agreement with a pair of invisible birds by the names of Pickle Pea and Pump A Rum. Ritska blinked slowly. Seriously? Yes. Cementing that they were indeed being serious, Ash nodded his head once. They offered me goods in exchange for items I had acquired. For instance, a rock that screams help when it is thrown at the ground. A rock that what? No, this was just a bit strange. Way too strange. Turning back to the rocket, he lowered his hands onto his hips and thinned his expression out. What the director said made the most sense. There was a good chance this was just the creation of a servant or a noble phantasm, but with a rocket like that, could it be Neil Armstrong or something? That would be odd, but it would make the most sense. Then again, it didn't really look like a NASA rocket to him, or the moon lander either. Fascinating, this is. The quiet whisper barely caught his ears, yet it was enough for his brows to furrow at the rather ecstatic nature of the voice. Turning his head, he glanced over his shoulder and was a little surprised to see the speaker. Guinevere was stood stock still with what could only be described as childlike glee as she stared at the craft. Immediately she strode forwards like she was a child on Christmas Day spotting their presents under the tree, ignoring virtually everyone else as they approached the downed craft with a rather swift tone. A few steps short of breaking into a sprint. "What is she doing? Get her back here!" Olga snapped, then whipped around to level the demand at him. He was a bit stunned as to what she was expecting him to do. "What, do you want me to use a command seal or something on her? She'd probably just ignore me either way." "You grr." That wasn't a very pleased sound by any stretch of the imagination. "I think that she has the right idea of it, Master." Lily quickly came to the defense of the goddess, looking rather peppy herself. "I cannot sense anything malicious about the odd craft, and standing around here and looking at it won't change anything. Besides, I think this is strange enough that we need to deal with it quickly and figure out if they are friend or foe." "Fair enough." With a shrug of his shoulders, he started walking and sent a briefly apologetic look to the director as he moved past her. All but certain that she was going to be less than impressed at his rather gung-ho response to the situation. But it was a crashed UFO. He was allowed to be curious. Unlike Guinevere, he didn't bother to slow his steps and broke into a rather swift jog to catch up with the goddess, rolling his lips inwards to muffle the childish giggle that was ready to burst in the back of his throat. Between this and the fact there was Tamtamo in Chaldea, he was quickly starting to experience all of his childhood dreams. "You seem very excited about this, Senpai." Mash's voice came from his side, sounding a little puzzled. "Are you not worried that it could be dangerous?" "Whether it is dangerous or not, I have just seen a rocket fall from the sky," he explained swiftly to her, not taking his eyes off the craft nor slowing his pace. "Quite frankly, a xenomorph could burst out of that ship and my mood would not be damper in the least." From the uncomprehending look that Mash just gave him, he was left with the impression that he had made yet another reference that she did not quite understand. Which was, admittedly, understandable this time around. He very much doubted that Romani was going to give permission for Mash to watch something like Alien. Rather, he doubted the doctor would watch something like that either. "Another reference, Senpai?" Mash's question came as a slightly tired voice, already giving him that knowing look like she figured out the answer all on her own. Which she had. He winced a little and offered a sympathetic smile. To which she only sighed and shook her head. "I hope that one day I can understand all the references you make, Senpai." He hoped that as well. But they would need to set aside literal days where they could all just sit down and watch hours and hours of movies and read even more hours worth of manga. They likely didn't have the time, and even if they did, the materials weren't all that present in the first place. Having to make do with what was stashed away by the staff members. Turning his head back to the front, he watched Guinevere slow her advance until she was standing a good few meters from the craft, but definitely much closer than the director would have called safe. Then again, they had all breached that limit by this point, so there was really nothing else for it. Though seeing the goddess face when she spotted the craft, it made him feel a little puzzled. She looked rather excited about it, just as much as he did. And the way she all but sprinted. Then again, he doubted she had ever seen anything like it before. "It's magnificent." Both he and Mash stopped walking at the words of Guinevere. The two of them spared a glance at the other before returning their gaze to the goddess. The woman stepped forwards and reached a hand out, only to catch herself and literally yank her arm back. He could not see her expression, but he imagined that if he could it would have been one of rather heavy restraint. "No, compose yourself." Her words continued to filter through his ears. The woman took in an audible breath and then swept her hands to the side to mimic her own breathing. In and out with slowing rates. This is most astounding. To think that there would be such a creation that humans could make. I had thought they made everything worth looking at, but to think they could make such things. A noble phantasm or construct, is it? Impressive speed and power. She stepped forwards, then rested her right flat on the metal. Ritska swore he heard a little giggle for a moment, then Guinevere pulled her hand back. No, getting ahead of myself now is foolish. It remains in unknown hands, but. He got the impression that was a very large, but, she put on the end there. Clearing his throat, the goddess paused and then turned around, looking down at him with an expression more belonging to a kid with their hand in the cookie jar. Swiftly snapping her arms back to her side and looking down at him with the same carefree smile and genial expression as though there was nothing amiss. Was he supposed to bite here? What the heck, he might as well. It's called a rocket ship. He pointed up into the sky. They take people into space. Where all the stars are. Guinevere flattened her expression. Pertinent as the information might have been, you would do well to explain it in such a way that did not treat me as an infant. Some might have mistaken that tone for being disrespectful. Admittedly, that was not what he was aiming for. But that was about the only way he could explain it. I'm not a rocket scientist, so if you want a more detailed explanation, I'm afraid I'm not going to be able to offer you one. Is that so? The disappointment in the voice of the woman was almost palpable. Instead, she turned back around and moved her hand towards the ship, laying her palm flat upon the hull and pulling her fingers across. Still, I suppose there shall be plenty of time to speak with the owner of such a craft. I'm certain there is much they could inform me of such things. The chance to investigate something new is exciting, isn't it, Mash-senpai? Ritsuka's face blanked. Mash what? It is, a bit unordinary, Guinevere-san. Mash replied slowly, not even blinking at the title. Rather, she looked comfortable with it. And Senpai is very excited, and after reading so much about space travel, to see a rocket for myself, even if it doesn't actually go to space, is definitely a very memorable event for me. Was he missing something? He leaned towards the presence to his right and dropped his voice into a low whisper. When did they get so chummy, anyway? Why would I know about who Mother spends time with? All right, asking Ash wasn't his smartest move. His eyes turned back towards the rocket ship and his hands fell to his hips. He figured that the director would be upon them at any moment with some sort of shout in regards to their lack of caution, but he could probably. No, he definitely couldn't explain it in any meaningful way other than pointing and going. But spaceship, which, while certainly a good enough reason for him, probably wouldn't fly with the director. All right, you're the expert on weird stuff, Lily. What do you think that we should do here? So he shifted his focus to the only person who hadn't looked troubled by the situation. Turning his head, he managed to catch the look of surprise that flooded across the face of the blonde for a second or two before it shifted into one of uncertainty. Her eyes danced from him and then to the rocket several times in rapid succession. The unease on her face immediately made him feel guilty about putting her on the spot like that. It's not like I'm demanding an answer from you or anything. He quickly waved his hand down, cutting her a little slack and giving a light smile. Just that this is way beyond what I am accustomed to. You did say that you had experience with weird things, so it's mostly me wondering what you did in those situations. Even if you say it like that, Lily cringed lightly, muttering to herself and glancing to the ground. This situation is. A shout brought his attention past the saber. Have you all lost any sense of self-preservation? He watched Olga march towards them, shaking her fist and scowling all while Marie maintained a simple look of innocent awe at the rocket. What could have possibly possessed all of you to just walk up to a construct like this without the slightest hint of preservation? Do you think you can just MacGyver your way into a solution? She came to a stop, panting slightly and looking to him demanding an answer. Though he actually just had a single question. What do you mean, MacGyver? The face the director made was rather odd. It flashed first into annoyance and then into surprise before it morphed into apprehension. Angus MacGyver. He had no idea what she was talking about. He shook his head from side to side and shrugged his shoulders. Never mind. The speed her voice changed indicated that perhaps she felt a little embarrassed about it, though he was torn between asking more about it and answering her question. He could assume that to MacGyver, a situation was to just make up a solution on the spot and, if he was being honest, that was probably what he was hoping for. The point is, a hiss of steam from behind him. Ritska had barely a moment to blink before a voice echoed out from the direction of the noise. The point is that you are faint-hearted. He turned around, barely catching a glimpse of nothing. But he felt the rush of wind shoot right past him, stumbling him slightly as it accelerated with enough force to nearly bowl him over. Fast. As he turned, he saw Ash whip around and mutter out the word with alarm, already moving his hand to his sword and dragging it out. The point is that you cannot stand with your heads held high. Immature. Much too immature. His eyes whipped around, darting as the blur continued to shoot past all of them while the voice continued to speak onwards. His feet carried him back several steps, brows furrowed, and already the others were tensing around him in preparation for a battle. The true point of it all is that you cannot represent the class you were summoned in with any degree of strength. The shape whipped to a stop. Ritska turned his eyes and narrowed them as the person stopped moving. Their heads snapped up and locked eyes with them. Is that not right, Saber the Faintheart? Ritska had no idea what he was looking at. For one thing, the person stood there decked out in a blue tracksuit with rather short black shorts, a matching colored scarf to their uniform around their neck, and a black baseball cap drawn down and covering the right side of their face. All in all, it was a rather, well, it just looked like a regular outfit to him. The head of the blonde snapped up, revealing their features in full. Ah, another one. Another person with the same face as Jean. This was becoming a trend. It was becoming a trend that he knew Carrie would make allegations about, and for the life of him, he did not know how he was going to beat those. No, this was hardly the time to be worrying about that sort of thing. His eyes remained on the Jean face as they pointed at Lily rather accusingly. Ritska turned his head around and looked towards the rocket. Sure enough, the glass dome had been opened up like a door, making it clear where the individual had come from, if it hadn't been obvious in the first place. With several more blinks, he turned himself back around and stared at the servant in silence. Hello. Up. She swiftly raised the flat of her hand towards his direction, making a noise to silence him. I get to ask my questions first before you start. That's what happens when you trigger an encounter. It's in the Universal Guidebook for Interactions. Certified law, as a matter of fact. Basically, I am granted at least 1 minute of free time to speak first. He was hit with so many rapid-fire outrageous remarks that he couldn't even react to a single one of them. Universal WH. Wait a moment, I have one in my pocket in case this sort of thing happens on these types of worlds. The mystery woman muttered to themselves, stuffing their hand into their pocket and rooting around in there for far longer than he would have expected for the pockets of a hoodie. It only got worse when they somehow managed to fit half their arm into it and jutted out their tongue with a strained expression. With a wide grin, they pulled out a small pamphlet-looking thing and quickly chucked it to him. Here, that should familiarize you with all the rules of engagement when it comes to Servadverse battles. I mean, they're more guidelines than rules, but it is a really convenient excuse when you want to trick someone into thinking you won't fight dirty, and then fight dirty. What? The pamphlet smacked him in the face and then dropped into his hands. He stared at it for a moment. I have no idea what language this is. Really? The woman looked surprised by the remark, then frowned a little. How primitive is this planet? You have a saber servant, so you can't be that far behind, but then again, your saber servant is pretty pitiful. Alright, now that sounded incredibly rude to him. Frowning, Ritska took a step forwards and opened his mouth. Alright, now that is a little uncalled for. Hush, I'm still in my minute of monologue time. I'm not reading this. He flatly replied to her while holding up the pamphlet in question, slapping his other hand against the cover of it. For one thing, this sounds like utter nonsense, and for another, you can't expect me to keep silent while you just start hurling insults left and right, can you? The servant recoiled like he had slapped her, a glimmer of shock quickly melted away into indignation. Insults. Hardly. I speak as the one true saber servant that exists in this or any other cosmos. Any who would claim otherwise are just pretenders who slapped a badge over their other classes. Like that one. She pointed at Ash. He probably pretended to be a saber at one point, I can feel it in my anti-saber detection skills. He definitely pretended. Okay, that was a little weird that she knew that. I mean, he didn't pretend as such. Aha. She didn't even let him finish, pointing her hand from Ash and then towards him, grinning like she just won some Schulground argument. See, you just admitted it right there that he had pretended to be a saber. I bet his real class is a lancer or an archer, that is the sort of underhanded tactic they would do. Definitely an archer move, pretending to be a saber because they can swing some swords around. This was just plain weird now. Avenger. The response came from Ash. Yes, see, I was right. The dumbfounded look on the face of the girl was rather amusing, her shoulders dropped and they looked with a slightly open jaw at Ash for several seconds. Then her brows furrowed and eyes narrowed slightly. You made that up just now. You're definitely an archer. I'm an avenger. You can't just start making up classes because you don't want to admit you got caught. What are you, a kid? Look at who was talking. She was looking at him with narrowed eyes. Ah, he said that out loud, didn't he? You did. He winced at the exasperated tone of the director, placing her hands on her hips and leveling a side eye at him. Though I will not fault your words, given they are rather accurate at the moment. The only explanation is that we have encountered some manner of berserker, given how insane they clearly are. With a sigh, the director stepped forwards and snapped her fingers, drawing the eye of the mysterious servant and then pointed at them. You, servant, who are you and what is your business in this singularity and how does it relate to that? Right to the point as always. The blonde leaned back slightly and looked at the director like she was an idiot. Have you never seen a crashed spaceship before? That's not a spaceship. Yes it is. No it's not. It is. It isn't. Have you ever seen a spaceship before? Have you ever been in one? Wah. The director took a verbal step backwards, a brief look of being a deer in the headlights, though it did not last long before she made an effort to recover. That isn't the point here. He would never claim it was a good effort. A smirk crossed the lips of the blonde servant, she folded her arms and made a smug noise in the back of her throat. HM. So that is how it is it? It is only expected that the dazzling abilities of my spaceship would inspire you to believe that it simply could not be true. But I assure you, fake saber and amateur saber and other servant classes. That is a genuine spaceship. Ritska sniffed, then rubbed his upper lip. Why did it crash? He could always trust Ash to get to the point of the matter. As for how the woman responded, she just closed her eyes and forced a smile, hands planted on her hips and rocking back and forth on her heels. Pinching the bridge of his nose, Ritska exhaled and dragged his hand down, looking first at the woman and then towards the others who were around him. Shrugging his shoulders at them. What do we do now? Guinevere made a small noise. By my reasoning, the problem is both the craft and its owner. Therefore we should simply take both. He glanced from her towards the ship and raised a brow. She had moved closer to it while no one had been looking at her. Oi, I can hear you, you know. The mystery servant cried out, pointing an accusing finger at them. I can see you moving closer to my ship as well. Well, tough luck for you because I made sure to take the keys out of the ignition, so you won't be able to steal it. Guinevere made a shocked noise. Steal. What an ugly word to describe my actions. By any and all rights, your presence here is the problem. Therefore, it would be in the best interests of all if you were to accompany us back to Chaldea, which would naturally include taking your craft with us. The goddess added on, then made a small sound before offering a gentle smile. Though to call it theft would be somewhat ill-mannered. Merely moving it so that we can avoid trouble. We might even speak more of your rather incredible vessel, given your boasts earlier, I assume you know much of it. Well, naturally. The smug tone of the servant returned, pressing a hand against their chest. What sort of pilot wouldn't know anything about their spaceship? That would be rookie mistakes, especially when you're going out in the cosmos where all sorts of servants hang around. Heck, you could get caught out in the asteroid belts of Entropy's slumber and be jumped by riders. That was a sentence. It was filled with words. Ah, so you're exploring. Marie spoke up, clapping her hands together and urging herself forwards, a rather amazed look in her eye. He wasn't sure if she was actually believing this or playing along. The look the director gave her didn't inspire confidence. That's amazing. You must have been to so many different places, but then why would you come out here? Yes. And the mystery servant was wearing the deer in the headlights look. I did come here. Completely intentionally. There was definitely nothing wrong with my ship. I definitely did not panic and crash. Everything was controlled. Enough of this, the director tiredly cut through the chatter. Who are you and why are you pretending to be some sort of servant from beyond the world? Of all the, either reveal your true name now as a sign of good faith. Mysterious Heroine X. Ritska snorted, quickly covering his mouth and disguising the laughter with a cough. Olga remained stock still for a moment, then parroted the words back to the servant. Mysterious Heroine X. Yep, that is me. The truest of the true sabers in the cosmos. Ritska was finding it very hard to keep a straight face. All right then, truest saber of the cosmos, why are you talking with us earthlings at the moment? She turned on him and then frowned. Because I was summoned forth by the smell of weakness. The scent of failure. The feelings of dissatisfaction and the taste of an amateur. Just ignore that last one. Yeah, probably for the best. You there, saber girl. They pointed to Lily once more. There is no doubt in my mind that you are indeed the one whose feelings called to me from across the expanse and into the Servantverse. Pulling my ship this incredible distance and then crashing it into the ground in such a crazy way. I thought you said it didn't crash, Ash interjected. Shut up, Archer. I'm an Avenger. You can't call yourself another class because you don't like the one you're in. Mash raised her hand, looking rather confused. I am not sure if you are aware of this, Mysterious Heroine X, but you did call yourself the truest saber, yes. Mysterious Heroine X frowned, then nodded her head once. Mash continued onwards. Your Saint Graph is that of an assassin. Ritska closed his eyes, moving his hands up and cupping his face with them. He very nearly laughed, he really tried not to do that. Your equipment is broken, I'm obviously a saber. The stilted response from X didn't do much to convince him that she was telling the truth, rather it was clear that she already knew that. I concur, Mash. The director's reply was something he was already preparing for. She is clearly a berserker. He sighed, lowering his hands and turning to the director with a flat look. That's not really going to help matters, is it? All right, my monologue time has expired for a bit so we can start now. He blinked, then turned towards Mysterious Heroine X as they held both arms at their side. Ritska blanked. Twin swords fell into each hand. A black sword the design of which could not be mistaken for anything else, the sword in the other hand was almost the polar opposite. A silver blade with a golden hilt and royal blue handle. What? Those blades are. Lily sounded alarmed, taking a step backwards and widening her eyes at the sight in front of them. Rather, Ritska felt much the same level of alarm. That's not possible. They're both. How can they both be real? Dual-wielding Excaliburs. Who the heck was this supposed to be? With a twist of the swords, the servant assumed a pose and narrowed their eyes. Do you understand now, novice saber? The only path that remains for you is to fight. If you are so full of doubts that you can neither protect yourself nor your master, then you shall fall victim to my anti-saber technique, now. They blinked from the spot they had been in, appearing in front of Ash while the servant was still leaping back. First the fake archer. Her announcement was coupled with Ash immediately eating a dropkick to the face, not that he could be blamed as the sudden burst of speed from X made it appear as though she pretty much teleported. Snapping backwards, Ash stumbled as X pressed off his face and then flipped herself through the air, spinning around in the sky like some sort of gymnast before hitting the ground and surging forwards. She pushed up, rolling over the top of Mash when she tried for an attack and then was immediately upon Lily. Lily had barely a moment to think. Everything crashed into her in the span of a few words, and then suddenly she was fending off a person who wore her face and was wielding 2 Excaliburs. She briefly debated the idea that they were just exquisite forgeries, and perhaps she was still hoping that was the case, but the moment they clashed with Caliburn and the weight of the strikes fell upon her, she understood in that moment that those were indeed genuine holy swords. The how and the why did not matter. Only the fact they were being swung at her with increasingly dangerous speeds and just as frightening levels of skill. Lily pressed off the ground, shooting herself backwards. Naive. X blurred from the spot they had been in. Lily's eyes widened as a presence loomed behind her. Turning around and watching the blonde appear as though they had always been there, already swinging towards her head with both swords. Lily brought up Caliburn just before it made contact. The echo of the clash roared through her ears as the power reverberated down her arms. Stumbling backwards, she hastily brought up Caliburn and readied herself as the enemy flung themselves towards her as nothing more than a spinning mess of gold and black. She wasn't granted even a second to breathe, her instincts working overtime to block or dodge every single slash that was being hurled towards her. The ground was torn asunder with each swing of the dual blades. Slashes upheaved chunks of dirt and flung them in all directions. Thrusting towards the gap she saw. Too slow, too slow. Caliburn was caught in a cross guard, grinding away at the swords before they swung up and parried her blow towards the sky. X span her body through the air. Lily did not see the spin itself, but she felt the kick strike her in the chest and punt her through the air, bouncing twice before she landed. Useless. X turned onto the next attacker, catching the spear thrust from Marie and diverting it over their head, sweeping the other Excalibur forwards and almost catching the rider's fingers. She stepped back and loosened them just enough to avoid it. It was a move that X capitalized on, kicking the spear away and wrenching it from the grasp of Marie. Lily pressed off the ground and thrust Caliburn forwards. Light jetted from her sword and raced for the assassin. They did not even look at her as they parried the blow aside. The golden beam diverted off the flat of the sword and instead cast itself into the sky away from them. X raced down against Marie and slashed, blocked by the glass horse but taking a good-sized chunk from the body of the construct. TCH. Riffraff. Mash. Ha. The shielder crashed into the ground. X sidestepped the initial attack and then ducked beneath the sweeping kick from the shielder, all while wearing a dull look on their face as they weaved between the blows. X dropped down under the next thrust of the shield, sweeping their leg out. Mash jumped above the attack, bringing her heel above her head and dropping the kick down into the earth, X having rolled aside from beneath her shadow and rolling back up through the air. Lily narrowed her eyes at their feet. It was only a single moment, but they would need to land. She locked onto her target. Pressing herself forwards, she activated Mana Burst and launched herself like a missile. As expected, X reacted to her quickly as she brought the sword across. At the same time Mash attacked from the other side. Sword and shield clashed. Lily widened her eyes. With one sword they blocked her attack and with the other blade, they stopped the thrust of Mash dead in its tracks. If this is the best you can manage, then you truly are an inferior saber. X twisted, casting her attack to the side and down into the ground while sending Mash stumbling away from them. She watched them reverse their grip on their golden sword and swung down towards her. But she reacted first, throwing herself into a roll and avoiding the attack while turning back on her heel and then thrusting a kick out. Her armored shin caught the front of X's boot with a dull crack. Oof. X launched themselves backwards away from them, her head hanging low and eyes shadowed by the cap they wore on their face. Is that your best, huh? Lily tensed at the coldness of their words. Mysterious heroine X snapped her head up. It didn't even hurt. Lily wasn't sure how true that was, considering it looked as though they were fighting back tears and their right leg, the leg she kicked, was very clearly not taking all the weight of her body anymore. Sniffling, Mysterious Heroine X continued onwards. I guess you really are a novice saber if you can't hit me with your sword. Who says a sword is all you need to hit someone with? Lily blinked in surprise. When did Ash get behind X? It was something the assassin in question noticed as her eyes bulged. Turning around and swinging, Ash caught their blow by their wrist with one hand. There was a loud cracking sound and a muffled boom. The body of X lifted off the ground but didn't go into the air. The grasp of Ash around their arm kept them from flying into the air. But that was clearly more than enough. X dropped down to her knees and made a loud gasping sound. Pulling back his empty fist, Ash brought it up over his head and prepared to launch a second punch. Time out. It stopped barely an inch from the head of X. Time Aurf. X pulled herself free and rolled onto the ground, clutching her stomach while groaning and rolling back and forth, during which time, Lily was able to get a look at the face of the girl and watched their expression shift into one of very obvious pain. They eventually rolled onto their front, kept up by their knees while their head was laid flat against the ground. You punch, OGGG, just, give me a second, time out, you can't hit me anymore on time out. Ash just looked a bit confused, all things considered. But more than that, how did you get behind her? The answer came from Ritska. I asked Guinevere to make it really hard to focus on Ash, sorry if that was uncalled for, by the way. Not at all. Ash replied quickly, not taking his eyes off the servant that was still groaning on the floor and clawing at the dirt while giving out rather heavy pants. It worked. I have no complaints, though this reaction was unexpected. What is a timeout? Basically you call a break in the fighting. Ash blinked several times, then frowned and looked down at the winded servant for a couple of seconds. Then his head came back up and looked at them. You're allowed to do that. Lily honestly didn't know that was a thing as well. Her training was teaching her so much. Ritska was certain that he wasn't going to complete that thought. The day was bound to get weirder. I think that was a fairly good warm-up match. Mysterious Heroine X declared rather abruptly as she stood a good distance from them, arms folding over her chest and still looking a little red in the face. You did, passingly well for a bunch of amateurs. Though I did hold back against you, so don't be too proud of landing a couple hits on me. I let you. Ritska hummed. Oh, lulling us into a true sense of security, were you? No. Heroine X was glaring at him again, but he considered it too good an opportunity to pass up. That I was prepared for battling sabers, so I adjusted my strategies accordingly. What sort of saber would attack me in the back? What in the flames would possess you to go and do such a silly thing like that in the first place? The rather gentle, and somewhat biting comment from Guinevere nearly had Heroine X flinch a little. Though the goddess was not quite done yet. From the very beginning, you wasted valuable time in delivering lines when you could have been fighting. Your attire is built for speed, but you routinely charged your enemies head-on instead of flanking them. Dual-wielding swords but never using the full benefit of them, and, if you were of the assassin class, why would you not use your natural abilities to your advantage? A light sigh, Guinevere shook her head. From the very beginning, the one who made the most errors was you. Focusing too greatly on the weak links of the group, no insult intended, and ignoring the strongest after landing only a single feeble blow upon them, I have never seen one set themselves up for failure as swiftly as you did. The face Heroine X made was rather interesting to say the least. She just kept staring straight ahead without really looking at anything, her eyes misted over a little like she was trying to hold something back. Either words or tears, he could not tell, but that was beside the point at the moment. Putting aside who made what mistakes when. Ritska cleared his throat, then frowned at Heroine X. Would you mind giving us a proper reason as to why you thought that attacking us was somehow a good idea? And no, calling time out and demanding minute-long monologues are not enforceable rules. I thought it was clear why I came here. Heroine X blinked, losing the distant gaze and turning on him like he was an idiot. I am the saber of sabers. You're an assassin. The director commented with an annoyed tone, earning a sharp look from X but nothing else. Saber of sabers. And therefore, I cannot ignore anyone who would claim the title of being a saber. Thus when I gazed upon this feeble saber and saw the extent of their abilities, I decided what the only proper course of action was. They stepped forwards, then pointed towards Lily and grew a wide smile. You need special training and a reliable teacher. Ritska squinted at her for a couple of seconds. But, she's already getting training. It is obviously inferior to my own training. Same with whatever teacher you have managed to drag up, they would never know as much as I do when it comes to being of the saber class. Oh. Ritska felt rather cold all of a sudden. Heroine X shivered ever so slightly at the sudden sensation that permeated through the air. Slowly turning his head around, Ritska was treated to the sight of Guinevere smiling, her head angled and her eyes closed. You say such amusing things, for a little girl. Who the heck are you calling a little girl? Wait a moment. Heroine X narrowed her eyes, then leaned back and put on a rather disgusted expression. You're a caster servant, aren't you? Don't bother denying it, I can tell such things immediately, but no wonder your training is as bad as this when you're being taught by a caster. They don't understand the first thing about sabers. No, what you need is someone with years of experience as a saber. That wording seemed both off and a little wrong. Don't you mean years as a swordsman? Marie innocently asked. No, I meant saber. You've been summoned for years. Yes. How many? Stop humoring this idiot. Olga snapped rather loudly, then pointed her finger at Heroine X. From the very beginning, you can't trust a word that comes out the mouth of this one. They're obviously related to King Arthur. What with the Excaliburs they're swinging around, they even look like King Arthur, and now they're claiming they've been summoned for years. If that is the case, where is your master hiding? Heroine X blinked, then laughed and slapped their hand over their knee. Master. PFFFTAHAHAHAHA. We don't have those in the Servantverse, what would be the point? In the first place, everyone is a servant to begin with, so who would even be a master? Ash didn't even bother to hide his next words. Ritska, I believe this servant is obviously insane and we should avoid associating with them. I believe we could probably find a use for them. And there was Guinevere with the follow-up. Hey, I can still hear you. Heroine X indignantly called out to them, stomping her foot a little as she did so. I happen to be a licensed saber teacher. First class. I don't think any of you have any sort of credentials to support your status as teachers. That sounded made up. From the very beginning, was this all just one giant dream for him? It really felt as though that was the case. I can see that you're all ludicrously suspicious of me. She continued on with a visible frown, pocketing her hands and then kicking her foot off the ground a couple of times. Then she sighed. Fine, I can at least prove to you that I am indeed a first-rate saber while also showing you why I am the best teacher for other sabers out there, rather than this caster. On second thoughts, I'm inclined to play her little game. I believe it would be amusing. The mirthful voice of Guinevere did not inspire confidence. Let us kill her now and be done with this. Ritska straightened himself, then turned his head to stare at Ash. He looked rather unapologetic in regards to what he had said just a couple of seconds ago. Ritska could not help but wonder what exactly prompted the hardline stance. He could certainly guess, but he wasn't going to push further than that. Not when Guinevere was literally standing right next to him. He turned back to Heroine X, then raised a hand. All right, let's suppose that we give you this chance. What exactly would this training of yours entail in the first place? Finally, a sensible question. Ritska made a face at her, which she clearly ignored. In the first place, my craft was damaged in the crash and most of the materials that I would need to repair it were scattered during the fall. Basically a bunch of items with mysterious powers dropped all over this land and will probably start drawing all sorts of things to them with the allure of their abilities. This sounds like a fetch quest. You're already familiar with them. Good, that makes this next bit easier. They admitted it. My spaceship is also probably going to summon a bunch of monsters and other things as well. Face it, Dun Stallion 2 is so out of place that it's acting like a magnet for this era. As more enemies gather, they will become more attuned to the natural Altram particles that exist in the universe and will become hosts for their powers. Ritska blinked, smiled, then looked at the director to see what she had to say about this. If she glared any harder, then she would probably set someone on fire with her eyes. That is the mission that you are going to partake in. Trust me, it's compulsory, you can't back out anymore. Also, this is pretty much the only way that I'm actually going to get home in the first place." A sharp gasp from Lily drew his eye. The servant had her hand cupped before her face. "You mean you would be stranded here? That's awful." She glanced at him with a pleading look. "This sounds like the sort of thing that we should help with, Olga." Sure enough, he wasn't the only one to face the wrath of puppy dog eyes. But really, there was very little that he could actually do now. Also, he got the general idea that ignoring this would be pretty bad. He waved a hand at Heroine X. "I don't suppose you have some way of telling us where we are supposed to go, do you?" They grinned rather victoriously. "I knew you would understand if you listened to my wisdom for a little bit longer. Now then, understand that we shall face all manner of threats and enemies. This includes other saber faces who might not even be sabers." "Yeah." Ritska nodded along. "They could be assassins." He really needed to stop teasing her, but it was sort of funny when she pouted at him. "As I was saying, fighting saber faces who aren't sabers. For wearing the face of a saber is a grave sin, so even those of Jeanne d'Arc and Nero must be dealt with as enemies to all sabers." But isn't Nero-san a saber?" Mash hesitantly asked. "All right, quest giving time over. Let's go." And Heroine X didn't even pay attention to her. Ritska lowered his head, placing his hands on his hips and stared at the ground. Footsteps heralded the arrival of the director. He could feel her stare on the side of his head, then brought his own gaze up and met the dead-eyed expression on the face of the woman. One that was very clearly blaming him for all of this. He did not know how or why, but he was almost convinced that it was his fault. Was he cursed? Wordlessly, the director brought up her communicator and activated it. "Romani. Get Da Vinci on the line and then monitor this singularity. Tell me what exactly is happening here." "Huh? What are you talking about? Why would something be huh?" Director. There seems to be a power source nearby that radiates more energy than an atomic bomb." Both he and Olga turned their heads and stared at the rocket buried nose first in the ground for a couple of seconds. Didn't she say it was damaged in the crash?" His question to the director earned him a slow nod of the head and a quiet hum. "Oh, just checking." They both turned and sprinted after Heroine X. Saber Wars 3. At which time you are then given the quest by said character, which amounts to you walking through lands you have already visited and then finding a specified amount of materials. Ash nodded his head along at the explanation, saying nothing and keeping his eyes forwards facing. Though depending on the nature of the quest, it can be dependent on drop rates of defeated enemies or, alternatively, based upon whether or not a special item has randomly appeared in the field. Usually it will carry on for hours depending on the measure of your luck. The explanation, why did it sound oddly familiar to him? Fetch quest. He cupped his chin and hummed quietly to himself, narrowing his gaze a little as the words bounced around in his head. It was not something that he was wholly familiar with, not under those words, but he did know the burden of walking through the same land again and again while forced to battle enemies that resurrected. "You're very knowledgeable about this sort of thing, Olga." The comment from Marie brought a faint flush to the face of the woman, though from how Ash looked at it, the blush had more to do with being caught out in her explanation. "That's good, I'm not sure I would have really understood it otherwise. When someone says fetch, they make it sound as though you're getting just one thing. This sounds a little more complicated." Olga made a face, pawing at her brows. "Not so much complicated as much as it is annoying. Especially if this berserker has been dropping materials of unprecedented power all over France. The very last thing I believe we need to put up with is more annoyances." Ash didn't have much of a problem with it, not in the way he could explain. Shrugging his shoulders, he rolled his jaw. "At least you are likely to get some combat experience out of this. That is never something to be vexed towards, though I am moderately puzzled as to why you agreed to come down in the first place. Usually you would have remained behind." Olga rolled her jaw, glancing at him from the corner of her eye before loudly exhaling. "I've been making efforts to avoid Elizabeth Báthory." Suddenly everything made a great deal more sense to him. "Because of the... Don't talk about it." It never happened. But I had a lot of fun with that. Marie whined a little, putting on a pout and folding her arms a little. Really, I think it would be worth something just for a little get-together between a couple of friends. I know that Nero would really enjoy it. You don't need to sing for the sake of anyone else, you know, if it's that much of a bother. Olga clicked her tongue. I'm not talking about it, I barely even knew I could sing, or wear something like that. Her face burned bright red, her hands slapped over her features with a pitiful groan leaking out from between her fingers. And I had just managed to erase the image from my head. He grunted but said nothing about it. He remembered it very well. Rather, it was impossible for him to forget, and he was fine with that. So what do you think about mysterious heroine X? It took him a moment to realize the question was directed towards him. He craned his head towards Marie and raised a brow. What did he think about the clearly insane woman who had frightening levels of speed, twin Excaliburs and some manner of rocket ship, and who would consistently make references to things that not even his vast expanse of knowledge could find links to? I think that we have lost our opportunity to escape from them. Marie sent him a flat look and then rolled her eyes. Not about that, I mean, do you think they are really a servant from space? Please do not tell me you actually believe that stream of consciousness that was hurled into our faces. With an exasperated sigh, Olga placed her hands against her face once more. Ash figured she was sending Marie a disappointed look. I understand your need for excitement, but believing the obviously ludicrous explanation of whatever they talked about is, no, clearly this is some concerted effort concocted by several casters to turn what is clearly Arthur Pendragon into a clown. Ash might have been more inclined to believe her on that point, except for one slight flaw in her explanation. Was it not Romani who stated that the power levels from the rocket were far higher than anything its size should be? And that not even Da Vinci could understand anything from the readings that they were getting from the ship itself? Olga sent him a withering glare. See. Marie, meanwhile, looked rather triumphant as she pointed to him. That's what I'm talking about. Besides, it seems like a lot of effort to go through just for the sake of doing that to King Arthur, and why would they give them 2 Excaliburs? I think it's just more interesting to think of them as being an alien from space. She's not an alien. The white-haired woman ran her hands through her hair and pulled ever so slightly, closing her eyes and blowing out air through her nose. What she is undoubtedly an insane servant who has managed to drag all of us along to clean up whatever mess they have littered across the field. And you are only jolly at the idea of them being an alien because they crashed in France and you want to show off to them. No, Marie leaned back, though the way her eyes darted to the side, it was clear that she wasn't telling the whole truth. But if they were interested in France, I would consider it my absolute duty to teach them all about France and explain why it is so amazing, and then take them on long rides through the countryside so they can appreciate the beauty of France. Yes, beauty. Ash turned his head from the pair of them and kept his gaze focused on the back of one particular individual. He was waiting for her to do something, to make some sort of move and slip up to reveal her true intentions. She was good at hiding herself, he supposed, but that was to be expected when she had so much experience on that point. But Mother was lingering around Mash and Lily for a singular reason, and he would discover what it was. She never did anything without an intention behind it, and he would not let some manner of ill fate before either of them. Regardless of whether it was because Gawain had been friends with Lily or not, he was hardly about to let anyone fall victim to whatever schemes were currently boiling away in the mind of his mother. Because sabers are literally everywhere in the cosmos, in fact they are so common that it's becoming something of a plague on the universe. Guinevere hummed along with the explanation, saying nothing but acknowledging it. Learning about this supposed realm in the stars and the woes with the different classes were rather amusing. Even if it turned out to be little more than the spawnings of this one's hyperactive imagination, that did not make it any less creative to listen to. Especially because the girl was speaking with such absolute confidence that it was clear they believed it to be true. And with everyone acting like they're a saber, it's really brought the name of the class right the way down. Heroine X let out a tired sigh, shaking their head as they marched forwards, turning slightly and wagging a finger. You say you're a saber servant and then they just look at you as if you're already going to be trash. But that's what happens when you let regular old third-rates who wouldn't even make it as a lancer slap a saber badge onto themselves. Guinevere raised a brow at them, then spoke up. And I suppose that you have made it your mission to separate the wheat from the chaff when it comes to the saber class. Ensuring only those who are true sabers can call themselves as such. Exactly. Heroine X pointed behind themselves and towards her. See, you get it. It's just that everyone wants to be a saber and they don't want to be any other class. Not that I have a problem with the other classes, but they aren't being a saber. Don't even get me started on people wearing saber faces. This was something that she did not quite see the problem with. Forgive me if I am incorrect, but are they not individuals who wear matching faces to your own? Yeah, false sabers who moonlight as true sabers because they decide to shift up their appearance. Or just ape off the popularity of the saber by wearing their face and then strutting out into the open and going, "Look at me. I'm not a saber but I have their face, now you don't need a saber." Or something like that. Indeed. Guinevere spared a glance to the others walking by her side and silently raised a brow to see if any of them were catching on to what the person was saying in regards to the face stealing. None of them looked all that clued in. Least of all was poor Lily, who appeared to be caught between looking bewildered and a touch concerned. You seem to be rather absolute when it comes to your approach to things. Heroine X merely chuckled in a tired voice. Trust me, when you wander the cosmos for as long as I have, you tend to find that there's really only one approach that some people understand. The application of force and then beating them up until they realize that you were right all along. The boy spoke up after a second. You tried speaking to the fake sabers yet? No. Why would I bother speaking with fakes? They committed unspeakable sins when they decided to run around with saber faces and call themselves sabers. The only thing they will be talking to is my holy sword, and the only language it speaks is violence. The teen made a face that was rather apparent in that they did not find themselves wholly comfortable with what the servant was saying. Then again, one often would find zealots to be far from appealing when dealing with so set in their ways, especially violent zealots as well. Senpai, I think this is another troublesome person. Mash whispered to the boy. I wasn't entirely sure of it before, but now I can say without a shadow of a doubt that this is definitely a very troublesome person who will almost certainly start fights with people. I'm a bit worried in case we encounter anyone with a saber face. Guinevere could imagine it as well. She frowned a little bit in regards to the thought, then hummed and glanced in the direction of the boy. Activating the mental link and filtering her words through the mind of the young man. If it would aid you, I could charm her sight to avoid her perceiving the faces of those identical to her. So you mean, she thinks she's seeing someone else, instead of a saber face? Is that what you are going to call them? No idea. I'm not looking to start fights with people regardless. So hold back on that for the moment. I don't think it's likely for us to be encountering servants with the same sort of face as her in the first place, so I think we'll be alright. The path of diplomacy was it. Well, they would find out sooner or later whether they were truly an individual of their word when it came to encountering servants who copied their faces. Though she did not quite understand the aggression, none of the Silver Knights ever commented negatively upon the fact they were all of the same face. Rather, it was the individuals with different faces who earned greater focus from them than their own. Are you certain of this, Lily? I'm not sure about what they are saying towards the saber faces, Lily replied to her question after a couple of moments, her own hand idly touching at her cheeks a couple of times with a troubled frown, then lowered her hand down and nodded her head once. But I do know that whatever else might be the case, I think she means well when she spoke of trying to help me. Not that they needed the help when they already had her as a teacher, but that was so obvious it was barely worth mentioning. And I believe it is the duty of a knight to help those in need. Clearly, this is a person who still needs our help, so I want to make sure she can return home to space. That earned a rather exhausted look from the boy, who brought his hands up and rubbed his face a couple of times before pulling them down. Alright, yeah, I guess I can get behind that sort of reason. Though I would like to point out that her first reaction upon meeting us was to hurl insults and then try and fight us, which. He paused, his expression tightened before his shoulders dropped, along with whatever point he was trying to make. Nope, not even going to comment on that. Glass houses and throwing stones, all that stuff. Glass houses and stones. What a curious phrase they used there. Still, in regards to the words of Lily. That sounds like a most noble sentiment for you to hold. She spoke with a nod of the head, glancing at the young girl. Though a knight must just as sternly keep the peace as much as they must aid those who need it, make sure that you do not jeopardize one for the sake of the other. Especially when dealing with individuals who might be regarded as troublemakers at times. Lily frowned and nodded her head up and down. I understand what you are talking about, Guinevere-san, but I believe that the effort of trying is worth more. Even if people can be a little bit troublesome, I don't think that should stop you helping them. If that was true, no one would have ever helped Merlin. Was Merlin a big troublemaker, Lily-san? Mash posed the question with a tilt of the head. With a wry smile, Lily offered a half shrug as an answer. I think that Merlin might have sometimes said more than he needed to, and done more as well. I know that Kay never really enjoyed all the mess Merlin would make. He was a bit of a philanderer. Mash nodded along with the words. I see. Guinevere stopped walking as she felt something, her eyes narrowed and her head turned towards the direction of the hill just to their right. Keeping her eyes fixed upon it for a couple of seconds before her actions drew the attention of the others. Silently, she raised a finger towards them before gesturing to the hill. I sense something quite lively in that direction. A long-winded hum from Heroine X, the tracksuit servant walked forwards and then dove their hands into their rather enlarged pockets once more, rootling around in them for a couple of seconds before pulling out a small gray rectangle with flashing lights. A second later, it made a whirring noise. What is that? Altram detector. Heroine X answered without looking up. She sniffed once then started to walk forwards. We're close to a particularly strong deposit of it. That means that something has probably started bathing in the Altram particle's special abilities. You should be prepared for a fight against some seriously weird things. Altram can affect the powers of whatever it possesses. That sounded rather concerning, though they spoke as if it was common. Guinevere could not recall a single instance where she had ever heard of Altram in her life. All right, Saber Lily. You're up first. X did not even raise her head as she issued the command. Guinevere raised a brow at the woman and then glanced at the young girl standing by her side. Naturally, Lily looked rather caught off guard by the command. Me. Wah. What do you mean that she's up first? The boy stepped forwards, already with the hint of an edge in his voice. Shouldn't we see what we're dealing with before we start deciding who is doing what? Heroine X paused, brought her head up and then turned around. What are you talking about? She's a saber, so she should take point. That's the whole point of being a saber, is that you're the vanguard of the situation. Also, this is training. How can you train if you're hiding behind more skilled people? Guinevere gave a light hum. While I will not deny that your words hold some truth, you do not fling warriors into the thick of fighting before they have a touch of polish to them. Else they might end up injured. What is it that you humans call it, trial by fire? Especially when throwing them into battle against an unknown enemy, there was no telling what abilities they would have. Perhaps when Lily had more confidence in her abilities, she would be more willing to entertain the idea of having her serve as a vanguard, but until such a time as Lily was actually able to swing her sword with complete faith in her own abilities, it would be best to keep the girl under a close eye. Letting someone with so little certainty fight would only serve to worsen their condition. Any injuries or failures would only cement their belief they were inferior. This method was a surefire way of destroying the confidence of Lily if she needed to be saved, hence at the moment, it was perhaps the worst method possible. Trial by fire, you say? Yeah, that sums it up pretty well. Heroine X cemented her stance with those words, nodding once and then looking towards Lily with a sharp gleam in her gaze. Naturally, any saber worth their salt will be prepared to fight any manner of unknown enemies without any sort of preparation. Literally, they could just leap out of nowhere, and what are you gonna do then? Lily blinked, then made a small noise. Exactly. X pointed squarely at the face of the young girl. Caught unawares, you'd be easy prey. So you need to charge right into the thick of things from the get-go and become accustomed to being surprised. That is the only way you can ever progress in this universe. The boy made a small noise at her. I'm not entirely sure you can ever get accustomed to being surprised. That's why it's called a surprise, and I don't think walking right into a new threat is really the best idea, you know what? The teen turned and called past them. Ash, come here a second. Guinevere tensed as the crunch of footsteps drew closer and closer. They did not pass her by, but they did stop behind her. She dared not turn her head, instead focused her senses and found some small relief that they were not looking at her. Yes, the blank voice of her son. When you encountered a new enemy, what did you do? I walked at them. And what happened when you did that? That would depend, he replied with an odd tone of voice, a shuffle behind her before they spoke again. Would you refer to what happened on average, or what would happen on mere occasion? Average. I was rather violently killed. Her eyes glanced to the side at the casual way they spoke of death, as if they did not give thought to it in the least. As though it held the same weight to them as did a shift in the weather, or spotting a bug upon a leaf. Something to be expected and treated with utter apathy. Lily flinched and sent a pitying look towards them. The boy, meanwhile, just nodded his head up and down before turning towards X, then pointed at Ash. See the problem with just walking right into things? That's why it's best to actually prepare some sort of strategy first before you go charging off and hoping for the best. No offense, Ash. My method worked for me because I had no finality. I doubt you can afford to be so callous with your own life, though I am curious, what heralded this conversation? Oh, we've come across a bit source of Altram. X seems to think that it's probably centered around a host or something, and she wanted Lily to just run at them and charge them down because they're supposed to be the vanguard. Ash made a noise. That would be my strategy as well, but I previously said that it likely would not be as effective for you, given that I can ignore mortal wounds, the infliction of pain, and have superior endurance. Something stuck out to Guinevere, her lips thinned at their words, and she turned her head slightly towards them. Walking towards them, I am certain that you were taught by Lu to case your surroundings and probe your opponent's strength. If I had been raised with my memories, I am certain I would have done that. Ash cut her short with a sharp tone of voice. As opposed to walking towards them like a fool and being slashed to bloody ribbons a dozen times over before I finally worked out what I was supposed to do and what their abilities were, or did you think me some oaf who would ignore even those basic instincts by choice? She was only asking to make sure. How was she supposed to know all of that? Back to the topic at hand. Returning her gaze to the group in front of her, she moved her focus away from Ash. I would support the suggestion of Ritska. I believe that if we are to face this unknown, it would be best to use this fight to measure the capabilities of those possessing this blessing of Altram. The boy made a small expression at her, then raised his brow in a thoughtful manner. You mean like a controlled fight to see what sort of powers they have? That still sounds a little risky, but if it does give us an indication of what we're dealing with, then I can get behind that. What do you think, Mash? Mash was quick to give a hum and a nod of the head. It does sound dangerous, especially if we don't know what sort of powers they have, but if we do encounter more Altram-infused enemies, I believe it would be beneficial to know what they are capable of, Senpai. That way I will know how best to protect you. Lily raised her hand. And I will know how tough they are. The boy looked between the two girls for a brief instant, then rolled his jaw from side to side with a thoughtful look. Clearly debating the idea. Then he nodded his head up and down, glancing past her and towards those still approaching. Okay, I can work with that. I'll let the director know and then we can prepare. I figure that Marie will probably want to have a go at this sort of thing as well. Mysterious heroine X made a rather dissatisfied face at the prospect of letting the queen join in, looking as if she had swallowed something foul. Fine, I'll make an exception, but I don't do training for riders to turn into lancers. If she tries to learn how to fight like a saber, I'm going to kill her. The hell you will. The boy didn't even look at the assassin as he shut down the remark, an edge in his voice. She can fight with whatever weapon she wants to fight with. That's how it always starts. The next thing you know, she will be demanding a sword that shoots laser beams. No, she what? The boy turned and looked at the girl for a brief second, an expression of pure bewilderment before swiftly shaking his head and dismissing the rather peculiar suggestion. You're just upset that I'm telling the truth here. Lily was rather pleased that Ritska was supportive of the idea. It did mean that she got additional training, and the idea of fighting by herself, while a little daunting, did make her feel a bit comfortable. It meant that she would know whether or not she was actually going to improve based on the upcoming battle. They were a few feet from cresting the ridge when Heroine X stood before her, hands on their hips and raising a single finger. All right, pupil. Guinevere lightly cleared her throat and shot a rather sharp look towards the teacher. Hey, butt out of this, Castor. The sabers are talking. Heroine X shot back at the goddess with a frown and a side eye, then turned back to her and resumed speaking. Or at least, she made the effort to. She wasn't able to get out a single word before Guinevere interrupted her. They are. I must apologize because I see only one saber. Perhaps the other has yet to arrive. Though, given your skill as an assassin, I am certain that you can wait quietly until they do. HMPH. As expected from an amateur in the Fate world, still using your eyes to see and ignoring the truth standing right before you. While I may hold the class of an assassin, it is a mere disguise to the fact that I am the one true saber. Oh, so is the one true saber, you ended up in the wrong class by accident. Then perhaps it is your education that is at fault. Though, I cannot lay the blame upon you. S and R close together in the alphabet, it must have been very easy to confuse the two of them. Huh. Shows what you know, idiot. They actually are right next to one another on a keyboard. In fact, I'm sure that I've got the number of a customer support line in case you ever find one of them. I know how much the elderly struggle with technology. A lesson in technology from an individual who cannot even steer their own ship without crashing. Forgive me for being a touch skeptical as to the qualifications of such a person. Lily leaned back as the two glared at one another that it looked as though lightning was going to spark between them. Her eyes danced away from the tense duo and towards Mash and Marie, both of whom were standing near her and looking just as uneasy towards the argument as she currently felt. TCH. Heroine X clicked her tongue, then turned back towards Lily and pointed at her. Now then, listen closely. When the time is right, you have to plan your attacks to deliver maximum damage. So that means you need to land some well-placed insults at your target's confidence, accuse them of being an idiot or being weak. Then, if that fails to rattle them, you need to bust out the big guns. X smirked rather confidently. It means you need to run away and then come back at night when they're asleep. Find their sleeping bag and then start kicking them in the head before they can get up. Or plant loads of traps around their house so that when they get outside and go to start their rocket ship or something, they fall over or trip into a hole in the ground. When they finished speaking, they wore an expression that appeared to be as if they had just delivered unto her some manner of astounding wisdom. Lily, meanwhile, felt rather horrified about the brutal and downright dishonorable tactics that had just been levied towards her. It wasn't as if she was totally naive to the concept of pragmatic fighting, but this sounded less like the battle of a night and more like the regular old brawling of some sort of hired thug. What manner of barbarism are you trying to instill into the young girl? Guinevere sounded rather horrified. Perhaps next you shall tell her to spit into the eyes of her enemies as well. Or perhaps aim some kicks into their genitals during a battle. Or better yet, she can hold their families hostage. Heroine X closed her eyes, then folded her arms and nodded her head sagely. Those are advanced tactics once you have mastered the basics. For now, I think she should focus on trash talk. That's normally the easiest to get around. Marie raised her hand, looking a touch worried. I apologize if this sounds to be a rather silly question, but doesn't that all sound to be quite a touch more mean-spirited than it needs to be? I understand that fighting someone to the death might be brutal at times, but I don't think that we need to be too cruel about it. Lily wholeheartedly agreed, nodding her head up and down. As well you should think that. Guinevere regarded X with a wary gaze for a moment as she nodded her head in support of Marie's point. Quite frankly, it is during the times of battle where one must conduct themselves in a fitting manner to prove that they are above the rampant nature of an animal. Pragmatism of fighting aside, you cannot garner respect from the people if they see you fighting like a brute. She pointed at X with a narrowed gaze. And, quite frankly, to suggest otherwise makes you sound as if you would welcome the company of Alma. That is hardly any measure of compliment. Heroine X merely made a face at the goddess before shaking her head from side to side. I don't think you guys get it at all. The cosmos is a seriously dangerous place, and if you aren't doing your absolute best to live, then you're gonna end up burnt. A roll of the eyes, she turned towards Lily and placed her hands on her hips. But all right, just approach the guy, or animal, and then announce yourself and your intentions and then say you're there to defeat them. Once that is out of the way, you can just start swinging until they die. That should be fine, right? Proper battles in accordance with the saber class. Lily would admit that it sounded very vague, but it was certainly more appealing to her than whatever the previous advice had been. For one thing, spitting in someone's face during a battle seemed to be rather abhorrent behavior. The sort of thing that she imagined a rather foul individual doing. A far cry from the chivalrous behavior of a knight, to be certain. She did not even think that her altered adult self would stoop so low as that. Turning her attention towards the others, she briefly paused as she caught sight of Ash and raised a brow at the actions of the servant. As opposed to wielding the sword, they were instead now armed with a rather large and bulky silver bow, easily the same height as they were, and pulling forth some manner of arrow that looked more like a stalactite. The Avenger remained silent as he nocked the arrow, then brought his head up and met her eyes. His head tilted in silent questioning. Why do you have a bow? Ranged combat. Ash simply answered. If this is a chance to improve fighting capabilities, then it would make sense that I contribute in some capacity. I was unaware you could wield a bow. Ash twitched ever so slightly at the comment from Guinevere. Lily noted that the tone of the goddess seemed to border somewhere on intrigue and a touch of unease. The goddess inclined her head towards him and spoke further. For how long have you been practicing with that art? Does it matter? It might, if you have some talent for it, then I am certain there are others in Chaldea who might. I misspoke. Ash cut her off with a blank look. I meant to ask, does it matter to you? And if I said it did? All right, enough of that. Ritska voiced out with a hint of warning to his words as he moved in her direction, briefly looking at the pair and between them. We hardly need to start any sort of arguments out here. Guinevere, leave Ash to do his own thing. He can practice with a bow if he wants to. Ritska stood before herself, Mash and Marie, placing his hands on his hips as he looked over all of them. Okay then, so we'll approach this cautiously, depending on the situation, but we'll be on standby in case things go south. Ash will be on overwatch because he's the one with the spear bow. Great bow. That ain't like no arrow I've ever seen before. Ritska joked back with a twitch of the lip. Lily felt her own amusement rise at the slight jab. It wasn't mean-spirited and there was evidence behind it. Namely because it did look as though they had mounted some sort of pick inside a bow. But yeah, I'm sure we can rely on Heroine X to make an effort, but I'm sure that you'll all do fine. I told you he was an archer. The comment from Heroine X, containing no small amount of accusation, Lily turned her eyes to the speaker and immediately took note of the accusing finger being leveled towards Ash. See, he literally has a bow right there. A certified archer. What, you didn't know? She sees the ghost of a smirk on the face of Ritska. She can already tell he is about to say something rather snarky. Everyone can use a bow. Heck, there are archers in Chaldea who use swords instead. Heroine X immediately looks at him with such surprise and offense that it was as if she was personally insulted by his words. What? You can't go around being in an archer class and then using swords. That's just wrong. What the heck? You. Stick to using bows you. Sarcher. What? The last time I wielded a bow, I went by the class of Sarcher. Ash replies to her as he looks over his weapon, giving a single grunt as he pulls the string back with a groaning sound and then returns it. Clearly satisfied with the pullback of the bow. I merely combined saber and archer, given that I was in the saber class at the time. Though I utilized a bow, thus I just called myself Sarcher to avoid confusion. That's foul. That's absolutely despicable. Heroine X spoke in the most toneless voice she had ever heard in her life. You are a menace to sabers everywhere. Stop making up classes and just stick to being an archer. You're just jealous that you weren't summoned as a saber. Are all assassins from the cosmos as loud as you? I fail to see how you can land any surprise attacks if you spend your time shouting and screeching at them. I'm not an assassin. I'm a saber. A saber. What sort of assassin would have a sword that shoots laser beams? That's the opposite of subtlety. You're definitely either an archer or an assassin. You landed a sneak attack earlier. What do you have to say about that? Huh. How does the truest of true sabers lose to a single punch from an assassin? Gurk. Lily rolled her lips inwards and looked to the ground, already expecting another argument to blow up in front of her. All right, try and avoid killing one another over this. Ritska sighed, palming his face and grumbling under his breath. Lily could feel the exasperation rolling off him in waves. Turning on her and offering a tired smile. Good luck, Lily, we will be right behind you, provided we don't accidentally start a fight amongst ourselves first. She was glad they had such confidence in her, but the way everyone had spoken of this Altram, she was getting a little on edge. Though with Mash and Queen Marie fighting with her, she was sure their combined powers would be able to take down whatever they were against. We can handle it, Senpai. Mash spoke for herself, clenching her hand into a fist and thumping it against her chest. Right, Lily-san. Yes, absolutely. Glad to hear it. Marie remained silent, sending an expectant look towards Olga, who had remained rather quiet with her arms folded. Her face twitched, then the white-haired director closed her eyes and lowered her head down. I'm sure that you will be sufficient for the task at hand. Yay. Marie let out a small cheer. Does this mean I can get a lady's favor like a knight? What? No. Just get over that hill. Lily chuckled slightly as the woman sharply pointed towards the hill. With a quick nod of the head to the others, she turned around and marched up. She could already sense the surge of power coming from the other side, certain that when she crested the hill, she would be faced with a very tough opponent. Mash joined by her side and leaned over, a look of mild anxiousness on her face. What do you think it might be, Lily-san? They talked about Altram like it was some sort of blessing. But I have never heard of it before, honestly, it sounds a bit made up. Lily could only shrug her shoulders. It might be something known by a different name. But if this servant is really from space, then maybe it is something we cannot detect. Do you think they are from space? Did she? Well, she was not entirely sure. The servant was definitely strange, but despite their words, it felt more as though they were incredibly over-enthusiastic in regards to their work, rather than malicious. Someone like that would not have been so eager to try and train her up, but they definitely were confrontational. As for the being from space part, they did not seem to be a liar in her eyes. Whether they are from space or not, I still believe we should help them. That's the spirit. Marie cheered her on. You really sound like a proper knight. That comment made her feel a little warm inside. Being told such a thing by an actual queen was a very high compliment. With that said, she crested the ridge and looked over towards the enemies. No, Sammy. It's meant to go there so as to cover the pitfall dam, Giles. How long are you just going to stand there and do nothing, man? Are you just going to stare at me in silence and hey? Don't fold your arms and look away from me as if I'm not worth speaking to. Aren't you a general? Don't you guys have proper respect for authority and stuff? Ah, Sammy. Giles is glaring at me really nastily, do something about it, will you? Don't you go all quiet now and all. Lily had no idea what this was. She glanced towards the others and found herself met with the same blank stares, each one of them regarded the other with total silence, then looked back to the trio of figures looming over some sort of metal box buried in the ground. The tallest of the figures, a man with a large blue coat and pointed bear with what appeared to be something burning in it, held up his hands to his peers and pointed to the box. Right, this is basically the ultimate trap card for any sort of would-be raiders, right? It's like a high-level drop. No one is going to be able to resist it. A man with dark hair and adorned with silver armor stood silent, stoically gazing at the tall fellow. See, you look at me like that, but I can tell you're secretly impressed with my amazing abilities for deduction. The tall man spoke with a sharp grin, much to the immediate and very visible irritation of the silver-dressed man. So basically, this is the key to success. People will come looking, they will find it, and we can either rob them, or... The man held his arms up. And just hear me out here, or if they are super pretty girls, they will become instantly enamored with my incredible wealth and fantastic luck and will fall head over heels for me without fail, yeah. Lily's eyes turned to the last of the three figures. It was an angel with blue skin and 4 arms, with a face that looked more like the night sky than anything else. It was, quite possibly, the most odd-looking servant she had ever really seen before in her life. Quote. You get it, don't you, Sammy? The aforementioned Sammy just kept silent. Lily wasn't sure what they were saying, if they were saying anything at all, but it clearly didn't sit well with the tall man, if the pout he now wore was any indication. What the heck, of course I know it's valuable. It fell from the sky, how would it not be valuable? Quote. Lily frowned at the one-sided conversation, then leaned towards Mash while turning her gaze towards the shielder. This is a bit odd, what are we supposed to Mash? What are you making that face for? Mash was staring down with a rather haunted look, her eyes warped as if she had seen the foulest thing known to humanity. It was the same look that Kay sometimes gave Merlin, that was why she knew how to spot it so well. Wait, did this mean that they knew those servants down there and that they were no good troublemakers? Lily turned back to the trio with a renewed sense of wariness about her, grip on Caliburn tightened ever so slightly as she glanced down to the metal between all of them. She could sense the power emanating from it, far beyond what she would have expected for something that looked so unimpressive, but this was stuff beyond what she knew about. The thought of troublemakers having access to that sort of power, it was absolutely no good. She could tell immediately that there was definitely something wrong with letting them have it, and the way they had been talking earlier. She knew that the man had definitely said something about robbing people. That was a really bad thing, which made these guys highwaymen. With a renewed sense of purpose and confidence about her, Lily took a single step forward. The man straightened immediately, whatever he was going to say went silent. Fast as lightning, the head of the man whipped around and he pointed squarely towards her, then towards Mash before it finally landed on Queen Marie. The face the man made was one of absolute surprise, but it quickly morphed into one of clear jubilation. Slapping his hands against his cheeks and letting out a rather high-pitched noise. I knew it. I knew it would work. See, General, I was right. 3 super cute girls have appeared, and is that Marshmallow I see? Is this a gift from God? Is Kami-sama finally bestowing his blessings upon me? Clapping his hands together, the man lowered his head and looked to the ground. Thank you. Lily felt some weird sense of unease when the man spoke. What was this off-putting feeling? It is clear that we need to defeat this servant. She almost flinched, whipping her head to the speaker as they walked past her, her eyes wide at the grinding sound, trailing down to see Mash dragging the base of her shield through the dirt and leaving a trench as she walked. Mash's voice had never sounded quite so dead before. It was a little unnerving. I recommend that we attack them immediately before they have a chance to say anything else. I'm sorry, Lily-san. But we need to do exactly as Heroine X suggested and rush this servant with everything we can possibly muster. Is Marshmallow telling me that she's going to go 100% for me? I'm blessed. The man, clearly having heard them, let out a cheer and pumped his fist into the air. This is the first time that a girl has ever given me so much attention. Is this the start of my popular phase? Lily quickly gathered herself, rushing forwards and catching Mash by the shoulder and pulling her back slightly. Mash-san, we shouldn't lose our cool so quickly. We don't know what they are actually doing. I did hear some super suspicious stuff, but a confession is better. Mash didn't say anything for a couple of seconds, then her posture loosened and she straightened herself back out, facing Lily with a tired smile. Yes, you are right, Lily-san. After all, it will make me feel better when they hand out a confession first before we start hitting them. They said that with such an innocent smile as well. Was Mash always this violent? Lily put the thought to the side, then turned towards the tall man and pointed Caliburn. Excuse me, sir. We have come in search of the material that lies at your feet. If you would kindly hand it over to us so it cannot be used for nefarious means, we would be grateful for your assistance. There. That was a fair offer to them. If they rejected that, then she could definitely take it by force now. Her eyes swapped between the three figures, though she noticed the brief pause from the man with silver armor as his eyes briefly landed on her and widened ever so slightly. It was a single instance of surprise, but she could see the flash of confusion in his gaze before it evened out, then came the hesitance as he turned his gaze away from her. General Giles, that is what you were called, right? Marie was the first to speak, stepping forwards and pointing towards the man. He flinched ever so slightly. Giles de Rais. The name filtered through her mind and instantly she regarded the man as the greatest threat amongst them. Her eyes widened, she turned herself towards them, grip on Caliburn tightened. Giles de Rais, Marshal of the French army, companion of Jeanne d'Arc, and murderer of children. This man was, without a doubt, a despicable figure, but from the sight of him, this was during his days as a soldier of France. The aura he held within himself was one of status. He maintained a stoic gaze even after being outed. His eyes flickered towards the speaker. I suppose it would only be fair to return the favor of being outed. Marie admitted with a wry smile, thudding her spear into the ground and bowing her head ever so slightly. Marie Antoinette. Bonjour, Marshal Rais. A faint widening of the man's eyes as he stared at her with a new sense of comprehension. His lip tightened and he glanced to the other two before back to them. He returned the bow, but still remained silent. Was he against speaking or something? A queen. Damn, we got an SSR encounter already. The tall man muttered, scratching his chin and then elbowing the angel twice. Isn't this, like, super lucky Sammy? Quote. You're just being overly cautious. I'm sure they will be enamored with the stuff. Quote. Exclamation mark quote. What the heck do you mean they're going to beat me up? No way. Mash Mallow would never do something that cruel. Lily frowned ever so slightly at their slightly degrading comment of Mash. Though it sounded like a nickname between friends, it did not look as though Mash considered this person a friend in the least. Excuse me, I would demand an answer to my earlier question, if it is not too much trouble. Oh yeah, you want this stuff. The man muttered, then folded his arms and looked thoughtful for a few moments. No way. Why would I ever give up the treasure that I found? How could I ever look any of my pirate buddies in the face if I admitted that I just handed treasure over to a pretty face? I mean, I am tempted, but that feels like I would be treading down a dark path. Shuddering for a moment, the man placed his hands on his hips. I might be a man without shame, but I do have some dignity. That. Lily pinched her brows. Something in that sentence didn't quite add up. So then, you will not relinquish the material to us? Heck no. The man shouted back, then grew a rather odd smile that made her skin crawl. But, I would be open to sharing some of the treasure with you guys for a couple favors. Nothing above PG, mind you, just calling me, Blackbeard Senpai, and then telling me how cool and reliable I am should definitely make me. I refuse. Mash didn't even let the man finish speaking. I admit that it does seem like a rather strange thing to ask, and I hope you do not take this the wrong way. Marie hesitated for a moment, then she just shrugged her shoulders and came right out with it. But you somehow give me the impression you're a bigger pervert than Mozart. That is actually rather concerning, monsieur, but hearing that you are a pirate, it makes a great deal of sense. Blackbeard, Edward Teach. This man was certainly a scoundrel. Lily hardened her features. I see. In that case, prepare yourself, miscreant, she announced, stepping forwards and holding Caliburn with the blade pointed towards the man. For in the name of justice, I shall. Are you gonna do a Sailor Moon transformation? Lily stumbled a little, looking at Blackbeard in bewilderment. What? You basically do this big little spinning dance while your outfit changes and you enter the serious mode during a fight. Blackbeard explained rather patiently, one hand on his hip while the other was raised with a finger pointing skywards. It's basically the compulsory moment for every magical girl. Heck, even with the action shonen, you need a power-up sequence or a moment where they activate their ultimate attack. Lily squinted. Isn't that just a noble phantasm? The man made a face. If you wanna be boring then sure, but ain't you got something more flashy than that? Well, stop distracting her, Mash cried out, pointing a finger at the man. If you will not surrender the Altrum, then we shall defeat you and take it. You definitely are going to use it for suspicious purposes and I cannot allow that to happen. Blackbeard recoiled as if struck. So this is the end of my popular phase, Sammy. The angel perked up. Jump him. Jump them. What did that? A circle of pure darkness appeared next to her. Lily widened her eyes and swung towards it. A flash of light and Caliburn collided with a solid beam of light. The angel pushed through the circle and moved from one spot to the other. The arm pushed, she stumbled as it brought its hand up and flashed out a string of light from the palm. It shot right past her. She heard the clang of metal being struck. Mana pulsed through her limbs, the head of the angel turned on her sharply as she pushed the blade of light back. The angel floated into the sky with a flap of the wings and hovered there. Another circle of black appeared with Blackbeard, but where was the other side of? He reached through, she felt a grip on the back of her neck and she let out a gasp as she was pulled backwards, briefly passing through a tunnel of darkness before she felt the rays of the sun on her face once more. Her body flipped twice before she landed in a crouch, her head rose up and narrowed her eyes. Blackbeard now stood before her, having reached through the portal and pulled her through. Here's a little tip for being a magical girl. The man brought up his right hand. She watched a rather large hook loop over his hand and hand at least a foot and a half over the end of his knuckles. Blackbeard stepped forwards, a dangerous grin on his lips. Sometimes, it's not Sailor Moon. He charged forwards, she brought Caliburn up and winced as his hook crashed into her sword, legs buckled as he forced her down and cast a shadow over her. Sometimes it's Madoka Magica. She did not understand what he was talking about. But she could not deny that it sounded ominous. For more thrilling fanfiction stories like this, check out my channel Fanfic Audiobook. Dive into epic adventures, mysterious realms, and legendary journeys brought to life through immersive storytelling. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more amazing audiobooks.